Think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Hello.
I'm done with life, and it's all Jermain's fault. It's always Jermain's fault. I'm done.
What's good, everybody? AB Media 83 here, and welcome to the Colosseum. Well, elections next week, and always remember this, fellas. No matter what happens, no, how can I say this?
I'm done with life, and it's all Jermain's fault. It's always Jermain's fault. I'm done.
It's always going to be our fault. If Kamala Harris wins, it'll be our fault that we didn't support her hard enough. If Kamala Harris is loser, it'll be it'll be Jermaine's fault. We lost. So be prepared to hear.
I'm done with life, and it's all Jermain's fault. It's always Jermain's fault. I'm done.
Peace, good brother Artley Stall. So, expect that kind of crap. But in other news, Kamala Harris got another endorsement today. Well, how can I say this? This endorsement just kind of has to be seen to be believed. And we're going to play this endorsement in real time, and I'll just let you fellas judge for yourself. By the way, I've started using the poll, so be sure to take advantage of that. Oh, wait a minute, I don't even have it set up. Hold on 1 minute. Coming to the stage, we have cancel that. Don't nobody say shit.
I'm done with life. It's all BGS's fault. I'm done. It's always BGS's fault. I've been waiting all week to sneak that in on y'all. And I can't wait till he come up, because we got to change it for the simple fact he been spewing it so damn long. Come after election day, we got to have a new representative. And why not, indeed, boss? Why not? I'm just saying.
Yeah.
You got a good 7 chuckles out of that one, did you? Huh? I know you did.
Yeah.
You weren't ready for that one. Everybody wants to blame it on Jermain. But we ain't gonna blame it on Jermain no more. We got to blame it on the man who's got the shoulders to handle it. Jermain, Tyrone, Pookie, Ray, they cannot handle that weight. But our master educator, he can.
Yeah.
Man, hey, and another thing before I shut up. Man, think about it. You heard all that cackling that went on in the beginning of your show when you started. That's a laugh. Oh, I swear to God, that laugh is so fucking hideous. I'll be so happy when she won't be able to laugh no more. No more. Come on, November the 6th.
Fell out of a coconut tree?
Well,
Muted. Man, you was hurting my eardrums with that, buddy. I thought we was friends.
Your eardrums haven't been hurt yet. If you haven't heard, somebody endorsed her today.
Who?
Apparently, Cardi B. Yes, that Cardi B endorsed her today, and just listen for yourself.
What's up, Milwaukee?
And no, this is not a Saturday Night Live skit.
How you guys doing? I'm nervous. I'm excited. What's up, y'all? One second, guys. 1 second. Okay. So I don't take lightly the call.
Yeah, I'm sure they paid you. But anyway.
You know they paid her. Ain't no need to even let that go on. Oh, please don't. For the love of Christ, don't. For the simple fact that asymmetric ass hairdo, it's a mess. She's a mess. Miss, I can't speak proper grammar, diction, English in the whole lot of them. So, like I said, come November the 6th, I will be the happiest man in the world. I predict the landslide. For Trump.
We'll see, brother. But let's continue. It's only 11 minutes.
Sorry, guys. I'm a little nervous. Guys. I've been waiting for this moment my whole life.
Shut up. They paid you.
I need patience over here. Patience, where are you, girl? I need patience over here. Hold on. How you guys doing tonight?
Yes, she's calling her assistant. And yes, this is as cringe as you think it's going to be.
How you guys doing tonight? Are we ready to make history? Are we ready to change these 4 years? No. Are we ready to change the next 8 years? Because we're going to make sure we have Kamala Harris in office for 8 years. Thank you. All right. Vice President Kamala Harris, thank you for having me. I do not take lightly the call to...
Yes. Don't, no, this is not misinformation. She's reading off her phone. She's reading her endorsement off her phone.
Show up. The call to speak up. The call to deliver a message that's been on my heart for a hot minute now. Now, I took my time writing this speech, so I'm going to make sure I deliver it right. Because I got something I've been wanting to say for a long time. I've been saying it on Twitter, on my Instagram, and I'm ready to tell it to you now.
You're killing me, AB. You're killing me, man. The longer you let this go on, you're killing me, man. I know you have to do it. I know, but you're killing me. Remember the type. You're killing me, PD. You're killing me, AB. You're killing me.
Yeah, I know.
Y'all ready?
Hey, I'm here listening to this bullshit too,
To listen?
All right, now. All right.
Listen, Kamala Harris, I have been the underdog.
You did.
I've been underestimated. My success belittled and discredited. Let me tell you something. Women have to work 10 times harder, perform 10 times better, and still people question us how we got to the top.
By sleeping, sucking dick, and drugging motherfuckers all the way. That's what you did. But we digress.
Yeah, pretty much. Let's continue.
They be like, how she got there? Hold on, let me get...
By stripping?
Let me warm up. Yeah. Let me tell you something. I can't stand a bully. But just like how much...
Oh, but you drugged too.
That from a woman who straight bullied men out of their money while you drugged. But you can't stand a bully. But I digress.
I always stand up to one. All the time. I'm ready for them. Yeah. And I'm going to be real with y'all. I wasn't going to vote this year. I wasn't. But Kamala Harris joining the race, she changed my mind completely. I did not have faith on any candidates until she joined the race and said the things that I wanted to hear, that I want to see next in this country. All right? I believe in every word that comes out of her mouth. She's passionate, she's compassionate, she shows empathy, and most of all, she is not delusional. Yeah.
Bullshit. 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 Bullshit.
Yeah.
Hey, remember that little meme with that little boy? Bullshit. 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 Bullshit.
Bullshit.
That the economy needs to get stronger, that the cost of food and the cost of living is too high.
Yeah, you're right.
And who caused the Biden and Harris administration? They caused that.
And it was under Kamala Harris's watch. So
show the fuck up.
It was even high for me. I believe her when she says, under her, buying eggs and milk won't break the bank. Because she's gonna pass a ban on price gouging on groceries.
Bullshit.
And she told me that in my face. So she better not lie to me in my face.
And?
Yeah. I believe her when she says she will make housing more affordable by providing Americans with $25,000 in down payment assistance. Yeah.
Oh, you do know the average price of a house now is well, last time I talked to South, he said it's over $450. So how's $25,000 going to help if you don't have the income to afford the mortgage payments? Something to think about.
Yeah. Hold on. I got more. Yeah, she's promising a lot. And I believe her when she says she will provide a tax cut to 100 million middle-class Americans. That's a lot of Americans. And that includes $6,000 for parents in the first year of child's life. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to hear about the Hulk Hogan crap anymore. Not when y'all got this.
I remember when they used to do that. Y'all remember when this country used to do that? Yeah. And speaking of healthcare, let's talk about it. Let's talk about healthcare.
Oh dear. Oh boy.
Did you hear what Donald Trump said the other day? Y'all heard what he said? All right, I'm gonna tell you right now. Let me drink my water. Yeah, stay high.
Like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show, hit the Super Chat, support the show. Yeah.
Colosseum tax and vote. Colosseum tax and vote.
He said he's gonna protect women whether they like it or not.
And actually, you're showing us why they need to be protected whether they like it or not. I mean,
he said he's gonna protect women whether they like it or not. I'm repeating it.
So what?
Donnie Dunk.
What are BWs always complaining about? We're the least protected. Oh my gosh! Now here a man comes. He wants to talk about. He want to protect you, and you're rejecting it. Okay.
Please. Protection for women, especially if we're talking about maternal and mental health care, is in telling them what to do with their bodies. It's supporting them and giving them the care they need for what they choose to do with their bodies. I don't play that. People like Donald Trump don't believe women deserve rights. And when those rights are taken away, they are nowhere to be found. When a mother's going through postpartum, he's not there to hold her hand. When a child is in foster care or in a shelter because their mother is not mentally stable or financially stable to take care of them, they're not there. The people outside planning, they're not there. They're all gone. Those people outside Planned Parenthood screaming at women's faces, they don't be there when women go through stuff. They don't. And everything is possible. Shout out to the single moms out there, but it's hard.
No shout out to the single moms. They did it to themselves.
Trump says,
take accountability, take ownership of your problem.
He's going to protect women whether they like it or not. Well, if his definition of protection is not the freedom of choice, if his definition of protection is making sure our daughters have fewer rights than our mothers, then I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it. We all knew Trump was a hustler, but hustling women, and I'm a hustler too, yeah. But hustling women out of their rights to their body is
we know you a hustler.
nasty work. Hustling Americans
Yeah, we know you do nasty work too. So
out of their hard-earned money by selling Trump watches, Trump sneakers, and Trump Bibles. By the way, the watches is $100,000. Yeah. Made in China, another country he discredited, is nasty too.
half the shit you got on is made in China. You make your point, woman.
Let me ask you a question. Wait, is Milwaukee in the building?
You say make a point?
Yeah.
You don't know how to make a point.
Let me ask you this question. Do we really trust this man with our economy? Our economy!
Yep, we sure the fuck do. We trust him. He got a 4-year track record of being the president of the United States of America, i.e. POTUS. We trust him.
A man who cares only about making himself rich and cutting taxes for his billionaire friends. I don't even get a tax cut.
What? Oh, bullshit. Really?
Today is your
Really, Cardi? Really?
You heard that bold face lie. You heard it.
We playing this game now. We gonna sit here and pretend like you're not in that tax bracket, Cardi. Really, Cardi? Really?
Tomorrow he'll be conning you out of your healthcare rights. And that's a fact. I want you to hear that again. Today he's hustling you with the, buy my sneakers. Tomorrow is gonna be your healthcare rights. He's gonna take it away from you. He's gonna snatch it. Donald Trump talks about how he has a concept of a plan, but America, the only concept of a plan he has is a plan to hustle you.
Okay, let's just get this out of the way right now. Not today, little boy. Not today. Go drink your juice and go to bed. Not today.
What was that? A hammer comment? What was he trying to say? Because I was looking away. He said something smart. I know he did.
Y'all still tap dancing for Trump. Okay, not today, little boy. Go to bed.
Yeah. Because we know what he's really setting us for. He's selling more than watches and sneakers. He's selling us bigotry, misogyny, division, chaos, and confusion. He wants us to hate each other.
Hey, Craig, how's it going?
Hey.
Just going on with this horse shit.
Oh, well, doing what they're supposed to do. So,
yeah.
You know, that's what
to go either way. I don't want to make a prediction, but you know.
Yeah. Well, I'm surprised isn't that the same woman that said she drugged people and robbed them or something like that?
Correction. She said she drugged people and made them sleep with Transformers.
Oh, okay. All right.
I said it earlier, Fred. I said it earlier, but she wants us to believe that she's not a scammer and she didn't get no tax breaks. Okay. All right.
I don't know. Does she live where? Well, I mean, again, it's I don't see why it's that big a deal. This is not about polling anymore. It's about turnout. So it's it for the next 100 hours. So it's turnout. That's all there is to it. So definitely have to wait and see how that turns out. But right now, it's exactly what they predicted. It is Democrats are turning out high early because they always do historically, and there's more Republicans turning out, which is good. But it's just they have to see what happens over the next 3 days.
Yeah,
we'll find out. So.
Yeah, I actually got some reports from Indiana. We've had some pretty high turnout from what I've heard so far, but we'll see. You have to remember, Indiana's a Republican state, so we'll see how this turns out.
Yeah, I doubt. Yeah, those Indianas, Ohio's, Kentucky, West Virginia. That
quad. Oh no, Trump's in Indiana, but
yeah, that quad 4 is gonna stay the same. You do get to see some of the intensity on the ground. So, and Kamala Harris is going to be on Saturday Night Live tonight, so that may be funny because that Maya Rudolph, if they can do a skit together, that will be funny because she plays Maya Rudolph plays her right down to the T. Even the accent, even her accent. So I may watch a little bit of that. But yeah, it's a turnout election at this point because it's maybe 2 or 3 percentage points of
Got a
people
Trump voter in here.
who haven't
By the way, let me look at my poll. Where's my
voted
poll
for
at?
Trump. Yeah.
Right now I'm sitting at 66% for Trump. Did you see my poll, AL?
I think did you go with the middle of this week? Didn't we do that? Yeah,
No,
I think we did.
No, I have a chat poll.
I put my vote down for Cheeto. You know that was happening. Come on now. I was one of the first ones that hit your poll thing.
Let's see. Kamala has 16%. That's probably Hammer. And believe it or not, Dr. West has Dr. West has 3%. Oh, crap. But yeah, that's probably Hammer voting for Kamala Harris. But anyway, let's finish this crap out.
And it's going to cost you your money, equal opportunity, affordable health care, and any rights you thought you had for your body. He's going to take it from you. Listen to me. He's going to take it.
Why?
Thank you. I love you too. I'm not giving Donald Trump a second chance. Nope. I'm not taking any chances with my future, and I damn sure ain't taking no chances with the future of my children. All 3 of them. All 3 of them. I'm not giving him the chance. You're not giving him the chance. Yeah.
Oh dear, I see why Offset. Let me shut up.
I'm with Kamala. I believe in her.
Is that why you're reading off your phone?
In America, I believe in you to turn out on Tuesday. Turn out and turn up on Tuesday. Turn the page and let's win this thing.
Okay, that's enough of that.
Thank you, Jesus.
Now, the next video is actually a little surprise. We have a Dr. Nail sighting.
Yeah, I seen him on early this evening. I shot over there and put my light down for him.
So we have a Dr. Ronald Neal sighting, known as BMI 3000 Reloaded.
1, 2, 3. It's time to go live. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on, my brothers, my brothers, my brothers, my brothers? Holler at me, holler at me. BMI 3000 Reloaded is in the house. BMI 3000 Reloaded is in the house. What's up, Excalibur? How you doing, man? Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. Good to see you. What's going on, Pop Smoking Ghost? What's going on? What's going on? Good to see you guys. Good to see you guys. Christopher Clipper, Cynical Optimist in the house. In the house. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? It is Saturday night. Legacy 10 Strategies, what's going on? It is Saturday night, man. We're going to call this Saturday Night Live. This is Saturday Night Live. Good to see you, my brothers. Good to see you, man. It's been a minute. It's been a few weeks since I talked to you guys last. I was having fun. I was having fun on my last broadcast, man. My reintroduction to the space, guys. I have my cigar.
We're going to go over that later. Want to talk to Craig for a minute. So what are you seeing, Craig? As far as polls and stuff?
Polls don't matter anymore. The polls. That's when I did my prediction show. That was the last time I really looked at the polls really hard. Once that trick or treating candy went out and people took their kids trick or treating.
I'm hearing multiple things. I'm hearing it could be tied. Kamala might be ahead by 1 point, and you know.
Well, she still is in the popular vote. She's never lost the lead, but that's historically accurate because Trump lost the popular vote in 2016. He lost it in 2020. So again, that's his
Yeah, I
following.
wouldn't be surprised if he loses the popular vote.
Yeah, so
Question
don't
is,
be shocked if he loses it.
question is whether or not he'll win the electoral college. Whether
Yeah,
people like it
and
or
we
not.
won't. Yeah, like I said, it's not. It's turnout. It's whichever one. Trump's path is easier. All he has to do is hold North Carolina and win Pennsylvania. That's it.
Pretty much.
That's why he's been in Pennsylvania and North Carolina pretty much the whole time. You know, like the last 150 hours. That's where he's been the most. So they're doing. They didn't like their numbers in North Carolina. They like their numbers in Georgia and Arizona. Those states have shifted away. Wisconsin, Trump's in some trouble in Wisconsin, but so it's literally going to come down to Michigan and Pennsylvania. And Nevada. And Nevada is going to take till Friday to count all their ballots. Pennsylvania should be done by late Wednesday, and we may have a winner late Wednesday night, early Thursday morning. So
we'll see.
Yeah, we will see. So
I have a question for you, Craig, because you know I'm the only one out on this limb. I just want to know what you think about my prediction.
Yes,
and I called this about 2.5 months ago. I said, and which AB knows, and BGS, everybody else, all the thinking men around here, I predicted Trump in a landslide. Do you think I'm correct? Question.
No, because it's statistically tied. So if the states break correctly, you will get Trump in a landslide. So
thank you, sir. Somebody with a sound mind, man. I like the cut of your jib, Craig. You all right with me, buddy?
Well, I mean, it works both ways. That door swings both ways. So it could also get a landslide. It'd be harder for her, but if she wins Michigan and Pennsylvania and she holds Wisconsin, she's right at 270, 272. Mm-hmm. So, but Trump has a easier path. He's got the easier path. So, and that's
say, AB, did you ever catch the email I sent you on that? What's his name? Eddie Griffin. He showed that thing about Alexa. How I was telling y'all last night how can Jeff Bezos say he's supporting casting his support without saying it? He used Alexa. I really wish you find it. It's a short, man. I mean, that shit's so funny to me. I'm like, they literally got Alexa out here campaigning hard as hell for Cam A. But when they ask Alexa its feelings and about Donald Cheeto, it's so polar opposite to the point of sickening.
Yeah. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, it doesn't. Go ahead, A. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, I'm into that kind of tech. It depends on who's programming it. If who's ever programming is a Kamala supporter, it is what it is. So that doesn't surprise me. A lot of AI is gathering data from users. You have to keep that in mind. It's there's a reason they call it machine learning.
Yeah, it updates every minute. It's based on what it can get its what it can get its brain on. So
yes,
it's a turnout. It's a turnout election. That's what I'm trying to get you all to understand. It's no longer about these polls. It literally is about is Harris doing enough to convince the last 4 to 7% that's not this going to choose the couch, so to speak? Is she doing enough to get them up off that couch to go vote for her? Right now, women are voting extremely early. It's that we still don't know who they're voting for. We don't know who they're voting for. So, but the fact that they're showing up in the numbers that they're showing up, they're actually really the Harris campaign early is happy. Trump's campaign knows, however, that most of their voters are going to show up in the next 48 hours. They already know that. So, both of them sound confident, and it can go like you were saying, AL. It can go either way. But please remember that it can if that can break for her as well. So just so people got to understand that and don't get upset if it takes them 2-3 days to count, because we didn't find out last time until Saturday afternoon, but that was because of the pandemic in Pennsylvania. Sorry, but not having enough people in to count the vote that came in via mail. That's what happened. That's what took Pennsylvania so long, is that they just got overwhelmed with the mail vote because of the pandemic. A lot of people voted by mail. So, but it would not shock me if I woke up Thursday afternoon and then it's got, predicted winner, her, being her. So just don't be shocked.
Yeah, what's going on, Meech? Meech, you there?
They call it Big Meech.
Yeah, what's going on, man?
He's down with Larry Hoover.
Man, yeah, this election, man, it could go either way. I believe Trump's gonna win. But like I said, it could go either way. It just doesn't seem like these last minute attempts they're taking to try to sway black men. It just doesn't seem like they're working.
No, they're not.
So and the more attempts they make, the more it makes me think that even they aren't too confident in the polls. You get what I mean? But I mean, either way, I'm not voting for either one of them. But I would prefer Trump. If I had to choose, if I had to vote, it would be Trump.
Yep.
But they're just I tell you, it's every time they make one of these attempts, they make them in such a fashion. It's as if they're calling us stupid, right? Basically to our faces.
Yeah, pretty much.
And or B, they're making the most lackluster attempts because they haven't really ever considered us as a focus group. They've never really paid true attention to us and what our needs are, what our wants are, and now they're just scrambling. So they've tried Shane from Obama. Well, first they tried Shane from just these random politicians and media members, female. Then they tried to get Barack Obama out there. That didn't work. Then they brought Michelle out, and apparently that didn't work. So then they tried to have this summit, and I'm sure that didn't work. And what they're not getting is that each of these items are. Go ahead.
Wait a minute, Meech. You mean you mean this summit?
Right. It's just not. And here's the thing too. Don't give a good goddamn what a celebrity has to say.
Like a mug.
I care about the substance of what you're saying. I don't care who brings it. It's the substance that matters, and it seems to them that's perhaps the most offensive thing here. It's probably even more offensive than Barack Obama getting out there suggesting that we're all just sexist, right?
Yeah, let me play this clip. Now, one of the things it's said by this little boy that's in Tennessee. That's guess he's a state senator or something. He said, "You need to talk to your funny uncles." And
you talking about Black Q-Tip that damn near went to jail 2.5 years ago? Him and them two other senators was trying to fight
right here.
Yeah, that cocksucker.
Who looks unisex.
Yeah, bro. He was the only dude sitting up there with his legs crossed. I'm talking about crossed like a female, crossed tight.
Yeah,
bro. You can't let them two baseballs in that baseball bat breathe, fella. Damn it, boy.
If he has one.
Hey, where's Snowman when I need him? What is gay?
What is gay? What is gay? I don't understand. What is gay?
What is gay? Why are you gay, sir? But no, shout out to this brother who's responding 360 Smooth. I follow him on TikTok.
And if I may, on behalf of those uncles that you want to talk to, might I suggest that you first take a moment to clean that milk from behind your ears,
Yes, sir.
and also wipe off that ejaculate from your mouth and off your hands before you
Hello.
even dare call yourself trying to approach us.
Mm-hmm.
Because let's keep it real. If it was such an overwhelming number of black men who were going to vote for Kamala Harris, you wouldn't have to be on a panel with all those other suckers up there trying to shame, insult, or guilt black men into voting for Kamala Harris. They would already be doing it.
Yep.
You're
Don't
doing
forget about the motherfucking need to always fucking be right.
because you realize that she's losing horribly. And you're still committing the same idiotic mistakes that the Democratic Party has been collectively committing all of this time. The same mistakes Kamala Harris has been making herself. The same mistakes her election committee, her election team have been making.
Mm-hmm.
Even your precious Barack Obama screwed the pooch when just a few weeks ago he called himself adding fuel to the fire, believing himself to be some type of mentor to the rest of us, as if those who were watching him closely just suddenly forgot his general ineffectiveness when it came to us. If anything, you would think that you all would have learned by now that trying to insult our intelligence, by trying to defame us, by trying to besmirch our characters, the only thing that you've successfully done is make us look at you that much more closely, examine you that much more closely, and see your flaws more immediately. We see you're the type of people who don't even believe in half of the things that you say.
Mm-hmm.
We see that you're the type of people, the type of men who don't even think critically, but instead you lean to the panderings, to the toxic feminist ideologies and radical leftist ideologies of women and the alphabet community. You're the same people that want the rest of the country to support you all, as you have become so depraved that you can no longer even discern what that which is a woman and that which is not.
Yep.
You're the same people who've hung this whole Project 2025 over our heads, threatening us with it, trying to influence us and make us think that if we were to vote for Trump, he would be the one spearheading this project. Meanwhile, the project itself has apparently endorsed Kamala Harris. You're the ones still trying to shove identity politics down our throats. But meanwhile, you're the same people who have consistently come out and said that you would not do things specifically to help the black community. You want us to support people who will support everybody else but us. Make that make sense. Whether it's Kamala Harris herself.
Say that. Say it again. Okay.
Who said this? Your beloved Barack Obama himself, who said this years ago that he wasn't going to do anything specifically for black folks, or at least not directly, that anything that was going to be done for us was going to be sort of an afterthought, sort of a collateral damage type of thing, where the goal was to help Americans in general. And by the focus of helping Americans in general, we would be helped somewhere in the mix. You all promote yourselves as liars and charlatans, playing this wicked game of sleight of hand. But the only problem is we're staring at your hands the entire time. We're watching what you're doing. We're seeing the little tricks that you're trying to pull over our eyes. We see the little things that you're trying to hide from us. We see the delusions that you're trying to impress upon us. And we are adamantly rejecting that nonsense, calling it out for the bullshit that it is, and sending it right back your way as full-on rejection. But you know what? That's okay. In 5 days, this will all be over. And I can't wait to see what you have to say when you find out that no, Kamala Harris could not secure over 80% of the black male vote. Trump 2024.
Oops.
Well,
There you
that
go.
wrapped up what I was getting ready to say right before you played it, because you're insulting our intelligence. That's the most upsetting thing about all of this. You're making it seem as though ADOS males are incapable of being competent, thoughtful adult males. We're irrational, point blank, period. Like, we're just completely irrational. And it's funny because he said it as though other males in this country don't behave irrationally. Like, we're just especially irrational. But you're speaking to the people that it's not like you're speaking to people who will never in their life vote. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
You're not speaking to them.
By the way,
You go ahead.
whenever you talk to Kamala Harris supporter, does it ever sound like this?
That's why I'm so sick of these bitches. How many times you won't think something like that? You won't think something like that. That's why I'm so sick of these bitches. How many times you won't think something like that? You won't think something like that.
Does it usually sound like that?
Well, I mean, it sounds just like remember when BGS played that clip, or it was Edward Anderson, of the lady, and he made it part of an intro of a lady that was screaming at her son, black lady screaming at her son, talking about, what did you do? I told you to vote for Biden, and was screaming at him. Like, first off, if he's old enough to vote, you can't tell him what to do with his vote at all.
Yeah, that was
He's
me.
got to be an adult.
You
That was
talking
you?
about that lady that was like
In the
she needed
car.
help? Yeah, in the car. Talking about
And it sounded like it sounded like another lady, like it might have been his sister, another girl in the car, laughing at him getting yelled at. See, they treat you like we're their children, right? But
Yeah.
that's not the way this shit works. So what they're not getting is that our vote is just the start of this shit. If they still don't seem to, they don't even, no matter, you are out here begging right now, and you've been begging for a while, which means you're not getting the result that you want, and you're still not taking the shit serious.
Right.
We've been warning you about the treatment of black men in this fucking country, just on the black manosphere itself, for the past 10 fucking years, right?
Yeah.
And you're still not getting it. And I know that because I've been here for 8. And there's people that were here 5 years, these creators of these channels before I started coming around, and you're still not taking this seriously. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, again, they look. This is, I don't get this. The black community is a matriarchy. They know, the powers that be know that. So in their mind, yes, the women should be able to yell and scream and get you to do things. Henceforth, that's what you're seeing. That's what people are hearing. And again, the majority of black men, the majority are going to vote for Kamala Harris. It's just a matter of her. Can she get that number above? She needs it about 84 to 86%. And she's hemorrhaging that. That's why she's in the suburbs trying to drive up those numbers to offset. But this is not it to me. They're going to keep doing what they're doing because it works. It works. They don't have to give black women policy, and they know that because black women have an inferiority complex, and they can just say black girls black girls rock, and all that kind of stuff. That's not an actual policy, but they don't have to give them a policy. They just have to acknowledge them. They can't do that with men. They have to have men need an actual tangible result, and they can't give it to us because of if they're seen giving it to us, then the other groups of men will riot because they will see that as us getting ahead of them. So, and like I said before, black women have known this for about 30 years, and it's been played against us. And now enough black men have kind of woken up. And yeah, I didn't like what Obama did, but that was predicted. I told people in July on one of these panels, if things are getting too close and it's not the numbers they want, they will resort to the finger pointing and guilting, because it works. Now, if it doesn't work this time, then everything you just said, Mr. Meach, they will now take into consideration. But it's going to cost them. It has to cost them something in order to get to that point, and that's where they are now. That is where they are. So.
Well, here's the thing: is that it's not like they got to lose by a lot. Losing is losing when it comes to this presidential race. And if there's just enough black men, just enough, I don't care if it's by one vote, to change it. Here's going to be the thing. Okay, so it's like it's everything's about influence, correct? Okay, so if she needs, let's say, 80%, but only receives 78% black male support, and that is the thing that causes her to lose. Well, how many other males that didn't vote at all?
Oh,
right?
Hold on, wait a minute. I'm glad you said that, because it's not just black men that they're losing, or heterosexual men in general. Yeah, you heard what I just said.
Yeah.
Of the day. Oh my, some of y'all were busy last night blowing up my phone. Now, JD Vance went on the Joe Rogan show and made the comment that he would not be surprised if he and Trump won the normal gay guy vote because, they fought for their rights and they just wanted to be left the hell alone. And lots of you filled up my DMs wanting to know what I thought about this. He's not wrong. It's a dirty little secret in the LGBT community, but there's a lot of people that I know that are voting for Trump. I am not one of them because I voted for myself. There's a big divide in the LGBT community right now, and he actually hit the nail right on the head. Now, I know no one wants to hear one of my back in St. Olaf stories, so I'll keep it brief. Back in 19 None of Your Business, before the internet, well, I think we had AOL, there used to be something called Gay Day at Disney. It was the first Saturday in June, and it wasn't organized by Disney. It was just a day that the gay community picked to go to Disney. It used to be a blast. It was like a big old family reunion with people you'd never met. Now, I did not get the memo that apparently we were supposed to wear red t-shirts. So I did not wear one. And I remember I was with a group of my friends and we were waiting in line at the Country Bear Jamboree and we were just having a good old time. And there was this lady in front of me with her family and she kind of leaned back and whispered, she said, "I have never seen so many gay people in one place in all of my life." And I leaned forward and said, that's kind of the point. We're always here. Now you can just see us. And I know everybody has their own special meaning of what the gay rights movement was about. For me and a lot of people my age, it was just for us to be left the hell alone, to show everybody we're just like everybody else. We just chose to marry someone of the same sex. It's not our entire personality. There's many more interesting aspects to me besides the fact that I'm gay. And in recent years, it seems like the movement has been hijacked. And the sad thing is the majority of them, I don't even think are actually LGBT or T. So he's not wrong. A lot of us have distanced ourselves from it and said, you know what, you kids have fun burning the house down. We're going to be over there in suburbia. The other disturbing trend that you can ask any LGBT content creator on here that may be more moderate, which side of the fence seems to have become more accepting? It's not the left. I've been called more names by the far left than I ever have been by friends on the right. Only because I think that the term transgender and medical transitioning needs to be gatekept. There was a guy on this app that was pretending to be trans. I had a video removed because I had made a TikTok about him and I was told that I was practicing hate speech. He came out later saying, yeah, it was all a social experiment, but I was the one who was being a bigot by calling this out because you're no longer allowed to actually question someone's actual transness. Long story short, JD Vance isn't wrong. That's all.
Oh, he's not the only one either.
I'm black, I'm gay, and I'm voting for Donald Trump on November 5th. And let me get started with this. There's no law that says because I'm black or because I'm gay or because I happen to be both that I'm supposed to vote for Democrats for the rest of my life. I'm not entirely sure when it became a rule that when the race on my birth certificate said African American, that means that the political affiliation on my birth certificate is supposed to say D. So let's, first of all say that. And the reason that I bring this up about my identities, the reason that I bring this up because I'm Black and I'm gay and I'm voting for Trump is because there are so many people that want to put people that happen to be Black or gay or both or LGBTQ or whatever you want to call it. They want to put you in this box that says you have to believe like this, think like this, speak like this, act like this, vote like this. And it's not a vote for Trump because I'm rejecting that, although I completely reject wokeism. My vote for Trump is about things that actually matter. Because look, what I believe is no matter what color your skin is, no matter what sexual orientation you are, no matter all of that stuff is irrelevant to some important things that are going on with this world right now. I'm Black, I'm gay, and
So there you go.
So, well, he must have missed the message. The last time Biden was running, he said that if you don't vote for me, you're not Black. That's when it was decided that you being Black means you have to vote Democrat. That's when it started. And let me finish this because I'm getting ready to run inside here. I'm going to mute myself up.
Okay.
They don't seem to understand that. You know how, and this is when you start taking the male aspect and the male counseling out of shit, people don't seem to understand certain things.
Mm-hmm.
Just because a fist hasn't been thrown doesn't mean that something hasn't been done deserving of a fist being thrown. I can't walk up to AL and just talk to AL however the fuck I want just because I didn't hit him.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody tried that early on me today, and he got met with my shotgun, and he had to do an about face.
Well, what they're not understanding is that
Mm-hmm.
your words can bring you an ass whooping. And
Yes,
an ass
sir.
whooping that you are deserving of. I don't care what anybody thinks and what they say. You cannot speak however you want and think that just because, freedom of speech. Well, understand something. It doesn't really matter what's written down on paper. You think, well, the law says, okay, well, you know what? You take that and think that the law is going to shield you. Like the law is some invisible barrier and my fist can't get through it. Now, might have to deal with the consequences,
Yeah.
right? But it doesn't mean, and I'm just going to say this flat out, it doesn't mean that you're going to be in a condition to appreciate me dealing with the consequences. Take that however you want. Is it worth it? Is the question, right? I've said this before. I'll say it again. I'm a grown ass man, 46 years old. I should be able to roam wherever I want to in this country as long as it's not private property and be free of any danger from humans, right? Animals do what animals do. But as far as humans, yes. But if you heard from me 6 months from now, y'all ain't heard from me. I pop back up here and say, yeah, well, I was walking through backwoods Mississippi at 2:00 in the morning in KKK territory, but I was walking in public property, right? By myself, unarmed, and they ran up on me and they got me. Y'all gonna be like, well, I'm glad you're all right. I'm glad you're doing okay. But answer me this question though, bro. What the fuck were you doing?
Hello.
And guess what? It would be a deserved question because we'd be sitting up here like, "Nick, you 46 and you made a decision like that? Okay, well, don't think you can walk up on somebody, don't think you can speak to people like this, and that there's not going to be any blowback. And here's the thing: physical blowback would actually be the least of what we could do to you. Because if we start uh, uh, just voting against you and ignoring anything you have to say to us, then what? Because as a politician, you can't be ignored. Your career is over with. And y'all, if there's anything y'all want to stay in office or get in office. And we know you'll do anything you can to do it. But keep talking to us crazy and see what result you get. You're going to be just like these black chicks who didn't want to fucking listen 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. And now look at them begging with a bark.
Yeah, to your point though, Meech, take a look at this one.
just say this. Anytime I see one of my people out here shucking and jiving and tap dancing and yes, sir, mastering this damn racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, ableist, orange, matted hair orangutan of a man, I think to myself, now I understand why Harriet Tubman carried that thing on her. I understand that she should have put your ancestors down. Do you hear me?
Let me say this. You and all the black people like you who's voting for Kamala Harris, you all have single-handedly ruined this election for her. 1,000%. Instead of taking this type of energy and speaking about all the good things she has done and all the good things she's is trying to do, you all have spent this time from the time she been nominated to present day talking nothing but down on the people who's not voting for her, which has caused them to speak to the things on why they're not voting for her. It's because of y'all they bringing up her ethnicity. It's because of y'all they're talking about the funding of the genocide over in Palestine. It's because of y'all they're talking about the flooding of immigrants at our borders. The person who's on the fence about deciding which way they're going to go, they'll listen to those points because you all haven't spoken no points or anything except identity politics when it comes to her. No policies or nothing. The only thing you all have presented was she's opposite of Trump. And you can't be smart enough to think that that's enough. Trump has been president already. She hasn't.
Hello.
So you all should have been speaking about what the possibilities can be if she become president, not just shitting on everybody who's not voting for her. Y'all was focused on the wrong shit, and y'all fucked this election up.
Yeah,
Before I mute up, because I want y'all to speak on this while I'm muted. Note that they have not yet, Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, all these other people haven't gotten up there and say, listen, y'all need to stop talking shit, black women. Y'all need to stop talking shit about black men, or they're not going to give you their support. Y'all go ahead and speak on.
No, they're double downing on that. And what's up, everybody? But you know, the funny thing.
In the house.
No, I mean, y'all act like I always come in here wilding out. I'm not. But
No,
the funny thing
that we love.
AL, let him finish. Go ahead, Ed.
The funny thing about it is, I mean, that was a great point that brother put out there, man, for real.
that is
because what it shows, because like I think of the Stacey Abrams situation, where for the most part, Stacey Abrams was kind of muted too. Like they never truly let her. I mean, she was let out of the bubble wrap more than Kamala, but she never was actually fighting for votes. It's kind of like they shepherd these people and they put them out there. And then it's like it's this thing around them where it's the marketing, but you don't ever really get to see them. And Jack Kemp was like, shit, I'll go to an all black boys school. I mean, it ain't like I'm committing to anything. I mean, this is the alternative school that I actually agree with. That already fits what we're talking about. And so it's to the point where the Republicans have to do so little. The Republicans just have to show up. Like Vance just has to say the word black. You know, you all have lower. It's just like how with black women, how the bar gets so lowered, and then people say, "Well, these women don't do like they don't do a tenth for you that they do for their own men." Well, that's still 200% and 300% better than what I'm getting from black women. So at the end of the day, and they're here for a reason. And so you see what I'm saying? So it's the same thing politically with the Democrats. And what people don't understand, I'm going to end it here, is that it's not just about Kamala. Kamala's a bad salesman. But it's not like she's a bad salesman of a good product. She's a bad salesman of a product that has had massive recalls, that's had massive negative testimonial reviews over the course of time. Maybe it's like a game or a franchise like Star Wars. Like people love Star Wars, now people hate Star Wars. And then think of a movie, the worst movie that you want made with Star Wars in today's state of Star Wars. Not like in the heyday of Star Wars, where it's like, all right, I'll go to see the movie because the last couple have been good. That's what you're dealing with. It's not just her. And when I hear a lot of these people talk all their shit, they're not talking about the Democratic Party. They're talking about her. It's not really about her as much as they think it is. I'll leave it there.
Bass want to jump in? What's going on, BGS?
Hey, what's happening? All that dude said exactly the same thing we said 4 months ago.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. All y'all did was do the George Lucas, do it faster and more intense. Y'all just started talking more shit and more ruthless. Like that's gonna make a difference. I mean, people are talking about that Cardi B situation where that bitch literally forgot what she was saying because that's how much of a fuck she gives.
If you have to depend on Cardi B for anything, then there's an
It's
issue.
over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they did Cardi B. They did. Remember, they did Cardi B years ago. Then they did
They got
Glorilla.
Sexy
Like
Red.
this is what they did. Megan Thee Stallion.
She was playing Cardi B 4 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, and they did Megan Thee Stallion. Well, people are saying, well, Trump wanted to do 50 Cent. I mean, you can say what you want to about 50 Cent. 50 Cent has established himself as a very good businessman, started with vitamin water. So yes, he was a rapper, and yes, that is a thing. And then when you look at who Trump's brand actually is with money, and all that stuff.
He took 50 cents because the song fit that happened to
Well,
him.
he tried to get 50 Cent to kind of come out to a rally for him, and 50 Cent declined.
Because he wanted to use the song.
Okay. Yeah, because they tried to make a false equivalency, but 50 Cent is a businessman as well. He's not even a rapper right now. He's a businessman, and he's established himself as that. So that's not really the same thing as like getting these chicks that ain't really truly established themselves, and they're pushing a certain culture.
Well, yeah.
It's not. When people try to say it's the same thing, it's like it's not. It's
But Trump has a history of dealing and being friends with rappers and stuff like that. So
you're right. That too. So it fits. And again, nobody's really. I mean, when you look at all of these, I mean, yes, you have endorsements too. But like to me, Obama was like a unique thing. But outside, you take Obama out of it. This is more than what I typically see.
Yeah.
This is really shepherding out.
Obama was prepared for years before he actually got onto the stage.
Well, I mean, Obama with the celebrity endorsement, that was kind of like a wave in and of itself.
But Obama had established himself before the celebrity endorsements.
Oh no, absolutely. But the endorsements was about him, but it wasn't even. It was about the moment. Versus if you take Obama out of that, you look at Hillary, you look at Kerry, you look at any other Democrat, they don't get this kind of shepherding out like that.
If this chick had the talent that Obama had, you wouldn't have this problem. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Oh no! I mean, even Bill. Bill didn't get. Bill got celebrity endorsements, but Bill, it wasn't. It's like this kind of constant wave, and all this stuff screams is you don't really have anything for real to say.
That's the problem, and that's why I played the thing that O'Leary said. It's not about the horse; it's about the rider. Okay, you had the wrong jockey for the horse. And the horse is not that bad, but the horse is bad enough. But
gentlemen, I'm sorry. I gotta. Yeah, I was dead serious, boy. Don't come up here again. I'll boot you for forever.
Who's that? Hammer?
Yeah.
Hammer, you could when you were doing your show, you could have invited us to your show. Okay, you didn't.
I mean, truth be told, I'd rather talk to Clarence than talk to Hammer, and that's saying something.
Yeah, well, Hammer is like a gossip girl. He don't know when to shut up.
I mean, Clarence at least has a worldview.
Now they're getting on. I think his name is Donald Swaggart. You know, Jimmy Swaggart's son. But now you hear it from other preachers.
Why is it that the Democrat Party, the Donkey Party,
you didn't get the message,
loves to position minorities in a place
it's booty.
Where they lord over us and keep us subservient to their system? The only system that's truly harming and endangering minorities in this country is the Democrat Party. But then people who don't support that political party, we're called garbage.
Yep.
Ooh.
We're called Nazis.
Yep.
Ooh.
White supremacists.
Ooh.
Anarchists. Mm-hmm. All of these different terms.
And you know what I just told a brother? I see y'all didn't learn anything from Joseph McCarthy. I said what I said. Didn't learn anything from Joseph McCarthy back in the day, calling everybody communists.
You know what's funny? If you really wanted to crack them open, if they started talking about black female, the mortality of black women at birth, and how that's like extraordinarily high compared to other groups. And what
Yeah,
have the Democrats not done about that?
you know why it is? It's because you have a lot of women over 30, black women over 35 getting abortions. Okay,
Yep.
or a lot of women over that had previously had abortions, which is not good if you're going to have babies. Trying to have babies in their 40s, and guess what's happening to them?
Yep.
But they don't tell you that. You can take the percentage of maternal deaths, okay, and you can track it, okay. It's 10 times higher if you're over the age of 38, okay. So you have a lot of these so-called power sisters, man, boss chicks, independent chicks trying to have babies after the age of 38, and they're getting taken out, okay.
Thanks for confirming that, because I kind of theorized that, but I was too lazy to get the
But they won't say that. Okay. The thing is, you've been told to boss up, get your education. You don't need no man. Blah blah blah. You get 35, 40 years old. Now I want to have a baby, and basically the other gynecologists are telling you the exact same thing, baby. You putting your life at risk having a baby at this age. Okay.
No, I don't believe you. I don't believe it's
I'm manifesting this baby. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I like when you look at folks like thinking
Hold on, y'all.
Let it play. Let it play.
Nation, who do you agree with? Do you agree with the culture or do you agree with the God of the Bible?
Ooh. Tell DC that, okay? Because he don't believe it.
I actually got a video that I'll put up in a little bit.
Clip that for DC and send it to him because he don't believe what we was trying to tell him.
I'm gonna email it to you, AB, because it's a video of a black chick talking about the interview with JD Vance, and and it was like a ringing endorsement. She said shit, she wanted to vote for his ass, after that interview. So she gave that interview a really ringing endorsement.
Yeah.
I was like, dude.
Now here's Roly Poly trying to respond to it, and this lady's clapping back at him.
Please tell me, Bishop Clarence McClendon, since you care about life, show me where you were.
I have not relaxed, and I guess it's the gift that keeps on goddamn giving. Roland Martin, hush. Be quiet. One thing I can say about Clarence McClendon, he's standing on the right side of history. Okay? Y'all acting like y'all didn't see Donald Trump do anything for the black community way before he became president. He has done more for the black community than Barack and this woman that's saying that she black, Kamala, combined. Stop it. See, you're messing up, and you're definitely walking on a thin line. When Clarence McClendon, when I used to have the Gospel Truth YouTube channel, was on Preachers of LA, and I told them, y'all need to get off this goddamn show because you're making the church look bad. He left Full Gospel, and Full Gospel is about to be no more. Full Gospel Baptist Church Fellowship is about to go bye-bye. Not only that, the Democratic Party is about to be disbanded because y'all not going to have enough people to come and vote for y'all. No more. It's over. We have awoken, okay? You ain't keeping us there no more. But Roland Marr, you need to hush. You do not represent me. You don't speak for me. You don't know the struggle. You sit here talking about him and worrying about children and lives. And you can give two about the goddamn people in Chicago, New York, that are suffering behind these goddamn migrants. Have you been into Chicago? Have you been to New York City to see what the black people are going through and how their cities is pretty much bankrupt because of the borders being goddamn wide open for them to come in and get all type of assistance and loan, not even loans, get money, basically handouts from the very checks, the stuff that y'all take out of our checks every time we get paid, Congress. Y'all are trembling. When that man said he was going to drain the swamp, he didn't know. He admit that he didn't know what he was doing that first term, but he know now. He was listening to the wrong people. All y'all going under the jail. The ones that will not sit here and they staying silent because they're afraid of this blackmail message that is being done to them, you going down right along with them. It's best for you to just come out and just speak your goddamn truth. We'll forgive you faster than for us to find out behind the scenes from other people and people showing us proof. It's best that y'all just come out and just say what y'all did. Period. and serve your time if time has to be served. But this bullcrap that y'all do, you really think they're not going to throw you under the bus? Look at Fannie.
Oh.
Mm.
In Georgia. They threw her completely under the bus. You don't think they're going to do y'all the same way? To make sure they don't find themselves up?
Don't do my girl like that.
People don't wake up and see. If you got the church, so-called church, hirelings, gospel artists, pastors, bishops, and celebs both coming to this campaign that they claim that they're about the people in the middle class, but yet still they get millionaires and billionaires to goddamn back them up and say they endorse this goddamn demonic party, which is the Democratic Party. If people don't wake up and see something ain't right with this picture, this is the world. And it's sad that these goddamn gospel artists, I ain't saw no Christian artists. I'm seeing nothing but gospel artists and black pastors standing with this mess. Roland Martin, stay in your lane. You didn't last too long on the little platform you did have. Just stay in your lane and leave God's business alone.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Take your mouth off of people.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh my. Oh my.
Polly ain't got a platform no more.
Oh my.
Yeah.
He's trying. He's trying.
Yeah, you see him on Jamil Hills today?
Yeah, I saw parts of it, and he started talking intersectional shit. Man, I said, I said, you can't be serious. You coming on talking about abortion and black men need to give up misogyny and patriarchy.
I cut it off.
Yeah, I've never.
I think
I've
I made
never
it about
understood
20
the whole
minutes.
thing with
I couldn't
abortion.
take no more.
Hold on. Who's first?
Well, I was just saying, I don't see what's a big deal about the abortion. Most black men don't have kids, therefore, why do they think abortion is important to the men? I just never, I never understood.
Because okay, if in social media, would you notice how do you get black women's attention? Or really, if you really want black women's attention, talk shit about black men.
Yeah. That's true.
And guess what's also slipping in the polls? Okay, it's not just black men slipping in the polls. It's also who? Black women.
Fucking everybody. It seems like the way they say, yeah. AB, I emailed you the video. It's actually an interesting video. It got like 1 million views too.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, but the thing is they're running on the intersection of rhetoric because they're trying to stay away from the core arguments, which is economy, immigration, and foreign policy.
Yeah, and that's actually, I think, one of the biggest things. Like the rhetoric will work if people weren't going through stuff. People have never really recovered from the pandemic, and truth be told,
people ain't recovered from 2008.
You're right. No, you are absolutely right about that. And the thing about it is, especially black housing, like how many black people lost their houses. I mean, you have no idea the stories of mortgage. Anyway, you're absolutely right.
It just got worse. Go ahead.
I would play your video, but it's awfully low.
You said the volume is low?
Yeah.
I don't know why, because it's directly from the link.
You recorded? Okay.
No, it wasn't me. No, I gave him the link from the actual video.
Go ahead, try it.
Let's see.
No, go ahead, try it.
It's already in my list, so just give me a second so I can pull it up.
Yeah, because
while we wait, I got to do something to make BGS feel good. BGS,
yes, sir.
BGS, I've been talking to the Pookies, the Ray Rays, all them guys, and they told me you're not going to keep and the Jermains, you're not going to keep doing this. So from now on, hold on. From now on, this is how this is going to go. Are you listening? I'm
listening. I'm listening. Okay.
I'm telling you, so from now on, we can no longer use Jermain. We have to replace it with the man with the biggest shoulders and the black manosphere who can take on King Kong. Okay?
We're all Jermain, man, so it doesn't matter. I might be Jermain number 1 or 2. We're all Jermain, okay?
Yeah, Jermain is just a euphemism.
And if you're in the UK or Africa, then you're Jeffrey. You're not Jermain.
Yeah, y'all have to
you're Ashy Jeffrey instead of Dusty Jermain.
This is
what you mean? You actually Larry instead?
Well,
no, Jeffrey. Ashley Jeffrey.
Awfully low.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Y'all, that interview with Joe Rogan and JD Vance on the
It's
Joe
fine.
Rogan podcast will go down as one of the greatest interviews in history. Mark my words, okay? Y'all, that was the interview I did not even know I needed, all right? 2 to 3 minutes into the interview, I realized how down to earth and how relatable JD Vance really is. And
Yeah.
it totally changed my perception of him, okay? I'm not gonna lie, y'all. When Trump originally said that that was his VP pick, I was furious. I was like, why not Tulsi? She gonna help you get to the finish line. She gonna help you win this election, right? No. After watching that interview, y'all, I totally get it now. And I feel as though Trump possibly picked him because this man could step up for him any given time if need be, okay? This guy is the future of politics. This guy could possibly be our future president, y'all. He is so genuine, so authentic, y'all, so down to earth, and he just so relatable, like he's actually one of us, if that makes sense. Y'all go check this interview out, okay? The interview was a little over 3 hours, and that probably seemed like a long time, but the interview is so good, you're going to be glued to it. You will not be able to take your eyes off the screen. Trust me, okay? Y'all, after that interview, I guarantee you he literally just won an election for Donald Trump. I don't care what nobody say, y'all. Go
Oh,
tune in.
I'm waiting for the I'm Donald Trump and I approve this message at the end.
JD Vance is smoother than melted butter, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is, like,
Hold on, one time.
that was from the heart.
Yeah. Oh
By
yeah.
the way,
But what did I tell you? What the first time I actually looked at it, interviewing Powell, Jerome Powell. I told
Yeah,
you.
but it don't count BTS unless a black woman co-signed it.
Well,
So
thing
now
she
it's real.
just co-signed it. Same, but I
Yep,
told you
that's what we're
advance.
saying. No.
Okay. And yeah, I tell you, I've been doing this shit a long time, man, and I know what I've been looking at. I've been watching C-SPAN since '85. Okay, so I've seen all
Damn.
kinds of politicians and speakers and stuff like that. So but when I
The
tell you, I know what I'm talking about.
The Z's would call this glazing.
Glazing.
She was glazing JD Vance.
I'm glazing JD Vance. Okay, fine. Well,
No,
put some-
it's not a bad term. It's kind of like giving
Yeah.
flowers. But
Oh,
yeah.
in other words, donut glazing, putting sugar on top of it. Yeah. Yeah.
No, it's glazing is you getting on your knees, you on a man's, you know.
I just
Oh
checked,
gosh.
and by
Okay.
the way, I
Well,
you know, the way it's right.
I know what you're talking about, which is the same, which is a gay term that's been around a long time.
Yeah.
Well,
By the way,
that's
I
the
got
thing.
hold on, wait a minute. I got 130 watching. Like, share, subscribe. Hit my Cash App, support the show. You see it at the bottom. You see it scrolling. Hit the super chat, support the show. BTS tax in effect.
Yeah, but if disease want to come on and challenge me and prove me wrong, go ahead.
No,
Okay.
they're not like so. That's a term when they say you're like somebody's bigging somebody up heavy,
Yeah.
and that's
Okay.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about her, and so it's not even meant to necessarily be like, if they, it's not even to necessarily say that like that the way they use it because somebody could legit be doing well. It's like when you're a super fan. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, this old term coming back from the '80s, right? When you eat pussy, you come up looking like a glazed donut. Okay. It's glazing.
By the way, I just checked. That interview is up to 12 billion, and Trump's is up to about 43 million.
Yeah. I mean, they're very effective speakers. Okay.
Why you didn't check the numbers on Shay and Camellia?
JD Vance.
I think.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I was going to. Okay. JD Vance was very underrated, so I didn't know who he was before. Had never heard him speak. I heard him. Me and Salty was heard. We actually played during my lockout, right? Jerome Powell talk basically in the Senate hearing with JD Vance, right? 2 minutes in, me and Salty said, "Yep."
And I think him being a millennial too, because it's kind of like, this is the first real, like at that level. I mean, yes, you have AOC, but and she's calmed down, but that's been seen like a joke. But you're really seeing somebody like that, and that's something that kind of comes to you kind of after the fact, and I think too a big thing with it is just the lack of seriousness. It's people want something fresh. They want a fresh approach. And the reality of it is that people, the Democrats, you would never think that they represent the status quo. Maybe in the Obama years, but goddamn, are they just caught in
okay. Go ahead.
AL's question. Shay and Kamala Harris's interviews at 1.5 million.
Yeah. What? Yeah. Which is high for her.
Good. Yeah. Number one, the thing is, Joe Rogan is way bigger than Shannon Sharp, and then there's the interest is not there either. It,
Is she as far as the interviewee, she's not that good. Okay, and so is that she's not compelling as unless she's doing a train wreck. If she had done a train wreck, she probably have more views. Unless she's
yeah, that's true.
unless she's a train wreck, nobody's really going to peek in. Even though I thought the interview was rather well done, or the talk was rather well done. In fact,
What?
I found out a lot about her that I didn't know. That like I said, that probably should have been done 4 or 5 months ago. Okay, because he did a lot. He did a very well at drawing details out of her about her life and how she was made, and I hadn't seen anybody do that before. So I learned a
Was
lot
it
about her that I hadn't known.
too little, too late
One
though?
time.
Is it too little, too late?
That's what I said. 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks before the election, it's probably too late because that should have been the introduction instead of the ending.
Yeah.
And everybody would expect to hear the same thing from this interview. So why even tune in?
Well, the thing is, a lot of details like why, like nobody knows why she went to Howard, okay? But the thing is, with him, because he went to HBCU, she was comfortable with him. She actually told him that one of her mentors, okay, when she was a little girl, was an AKA that went to Howard, okay? And I think she said in the 50s or something like that. So she also, since she was a little girl, she always wanted to go to Howard. And that's where it came from.
Yeah.
No, well,
And
I listened to it, but what I'm saying is that to you. With us, of course, we're gonna tune in to see what she's gonna say. But when you're talking about the general public, she has repeated herself so many times with
yeah,
such shallow stuff. Nobody expected to get
you get
anything
anything
new
out of
from
it?
that
Yes,
interview,
yeah,
so they
exactly.
wouldn't even tune in.
Yeah.
You get what I mean?
Sorry.
And the thing is, the thing is, when has she done a 3 hour sit down with anybody?
She hasn't.
She hasn't. He's
And
the only
you
one.
know,
When has she done an hour and a half sit down?
Uh, well, basically, I don't think she's ever done an hour sit down. Okay.
the best interview she did was with a black man, but of course they're gonna forget that if she loses.
Yeah. Not only just a black man, somebody that she was comfortable with, but just like Joe Rogan
Hmm.
and Trump were actually very comfortable because they're similar people.
Yeah, but
They're very
if
similar
he
people.
loses, just be prepared.
I'm done with life, and it's all Jermaine fault.
It's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault. I'm done.
Well, the thing is, from the very beginning, in my opinion, she was always a long shot. Okay, and if
Yeah.
they can, and in fact, I was listening to the Duran talk to another guy. He's a political analyst in the United States. But the thing is, they were saying the same thing, right? They said in the United States, this kind of campaign has never been done before. It's done in Europe all the time, where you know who the personnel people are already, right? And so they run a campaign for like 4 to 5 months before the election, okay? So they're trying to do a compressed campaign, sort of like they do in Europe. The thing is, does it work in the United States? And what it's
Yeah,
saying,
because the elections are shorter in general in Europe.
it would be, yeah, because they run the elections differently. Because number one, the countries are smaller, and normally the people that are running are already known, okay, have been known for
Secondly, it's
years.
Because they've been in parliament.
also
So what, Nema? Go ahead, Nema.
because I'm up in Europe, many of them are parliamentary style of government, so the voting system's a lot different
Yeah,
up
but
here as
what I'm saying
well.
what I'm saying is, see, when a candidate runs for what prime minister, whatever it is, right,
Hmm.
the head of government, right, you probably already known that person for
Yeah.
years, and they've moved their way up the government. So by the time they run, you already know their record, you already know what they stand for, you know where they stand. So basically, they're basically reiterating what you probably already know about them.
Yeah. And oftentimes, those very same people who are running for are oftentimes the heads of their respective political
Other the
parties.
parties, yes. So they already know
Yeah.
who they are. Whereas United States, it's different, and that's why it takes the cycle is longer. And what they're saying is, if she does win, it might change the way political campaigns are run.
Oh dear.
Because this is
Probably
the
not for the
opposite of the
better.
way. This is because this is more like Europe than it is like the United States. It's never been run this way in the United States.
Can I read this Cash App by electrician AB?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Shout out to you, AB Media A3, and to the panel. Thank y'all for debunking the lies that black men are uneducated about politics in our country. The BGS tax is in full effect.
Yeah. I think this sector of the black manosphere is probably the most politically educated group, probably maybe in the manosphere period. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, and it's a matriarchy, so what they're doing was expected. I mean, I just Remember, BGS talked about it. I know I
Mhm.
talked about it. So it was expected that they were going to use these tactics because it's worked, and they're going to keep doing it until it doesn't work. That's the way. It's like Alabama running the football.
Yeah,
Which is what they're upset about now because it's not working.
It's not working, right?
Yeah.
BGS.
Yeah.
Certainly,
And Dr. Neal just talked about because AB was on it. In fact, I got to take a clip of that. What the thing is, since 2020, and black men said we're gonna walk the other way, that shit has increasingly not worked. That's why the brother was actually repeating all the same shit we've been saying for months. Go ahead.
Yeah. In fact, we're gonna play a little bit of Dr. Neal because I caught it earlier.
Yeah, because there was a clip like near the end, like that I have to clip that he was saying about black men not having to prove themselves anymore. Okay, we fought all the slave revolts, we fought all the wars, we fought in civil rights, and basically say a big middle finger. We don't have to prove shit no more. We've already proved ourselves.
Somebody need to give that message to all the black women in the world because they don't believe we just goddamn.
I'm getting ready. We don't care what they believe, okay, anymore. It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, this could be prepared to say, hey, black women have had no problem saying they're the backbone of the Democratic Party. If they lose, just make sure you say that.
They're not gonna blame black men.
Like instead of I'll be your Huckleberry, I'll be your Jermain.
Yeah, I mean, you have to simply say that they have no issue doing that.
America.
Do it.
When have you heard black women say that they're the backbone and all of that when an L has happened?
Well,
never.
The L will be handed out if she loses to them. All you have to do is say, "You're the backbone. You lost."
And on a serious note, gentlemen, all bullshit aside, I'm saying this. I'm going out on this limb. This election is a vote for mankind. Period. Point blank. If you can hear the sound of my voice, get up off your asses and make this vote for mankind. Because if you don't, you go have a JJ in office.
It doesn't at this point. Okay, and this is something that Dr. Neal did say. It don't matter who they put in office. Okay, that ship has already sailed. Okay, the manosphere and the black manosphere has already gone to escape velocity. Okay, it's not coming back. The world's not going to change just because you put her in. Okay, the world's not going to change.
Yeah, let's play this.
Go ahead. It might get worse. They put her in.
You know that we have moved the needle. When MSNBC can't stop talking about us, you know that the needle has been moved. When CNN has devoted multiple broadcasts on black men, you know that the needle has moved when Democratic operatives and Democratic shields such as D.L. Hughley and Roland Martin, okay, go out of their way to organize conversations, to organize events around the so-called black male voter. You know that we have moved the needle. What's going on? I see the brothers. I got my StreamYard grip bag. What's going on, Ray Knowles? Thank you for that. Oh yeah, BMI 3000, also known as the Man Professor, is in the house tonight. We are in the house tonight, and we're going to talk. It's a new day. It's a new day, black men. It's a new day, and you should be happy. You should be proud. You should be glad because you are living through history. You are living through a historic moment in the history of the United States of America, and what is happening right now with black men is part and parcel of the transformation of the future of the United States of America. It's the transformation of the now, and the transformation of the now is going to impact the present. That's why when you see the title here, I'm talking about black men now 2024, black men 2028, black men 2032. You see, my brothers, we are playing a long game. Dr. Johnson is in the house. Dr. Johnson is in the house. Good to see you, my brothers. Good to see you. Good to see you. We are playing a long game. I want you all to really get this and allow this to seep into your consciousness. We are playing a long game. You see, unlike our brothers and sisters who have voted or who continue to vote for the Democratic Party. We don't care about the moment. We are not driven by immediate gratification. We are not oriented towards the now. We are playing the long game. That's right. That's right. Thank you, Dr. J. Thank you, Dr. J. That's right. That's right. That's right. Shout out to the Black Man's Option. Shout out to the Black Man's Option. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. That's right. Brother Minister is black. Is back. That's right. BMI 3000. BMI 3000. You can hit that super chat or you can get the Cash App. Cash App BMI 3000. Cash App BMI 3000 $, that is. Cash App $ BMI 3000. We are playing the long game.
Mm-hmm.
The long game. Oh yeah. BET. BET just had some thing called a Black Man Summit, which was simply just a propaganda piece. A propaganda piece for the Democratic Party.
Pretty much.
An effort to continue to keep Black men thinking like slaves, an effort to keep Black men subjugated to the gynocracy, an effort to keep Black men as worshipers and servants of the American matriarchy writ large and the Black matriarchy in general. Okay, the so-called Black Man Summit, which was basically a women's empowerment meeting in Black male face. That's basically what it was. And see, I have to laugh at these people. I have to laugh at these people because I can guarantee you that these people, those people over there on the other side, I used to vote as a Democrat. I'm an independent. I no longer vote as a Democrat. I will no longer vote in the future as a Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
I am done with the Democratic Party until the day that I die. I'm done with this party. But see, here's the thing. People like Roland Martin, people like D.L. Hughley, these other Black liberal men, Wendell Pierce, Bakari Sellers, and all these other people who claim to really care about the Black male vote and the condition of Black men. I'm going to tell you, after November 5th, you're not going to see these guys again. After November 5th, they're going to fade away. They're going to walk away. They're going to go back into their gynocentric ghettos. They're going to go back into their gynocentric ghettos until the next election. That's what they're going to do. And they're not going to care about Black men's issues. They're not going to talk about Black men who are dissenters. They're not going to talk about Black men who do not vote. They're not going to talk about Black men who vote for third-party candidates. And they're not going to talk about Black men who vote as Republicans. They're not going to do that. They are not going to do that, my brothers. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it, brothers. And the reason why they're not going to do it is because they don't play the long game. Thank you, Adrian Thomas. Good to see you, my brother. We are moving the needle. We are moving the needle. The reason why.
I got a fun story Adrian shared back in an email a little bit later, but
people like D.L. Hughley, number one, they're illiterate. They're politically illiterate. D.L. Hughley, I am not going to sit around and hold my breath waiting for some comedian, okay, who has no independence, who's not even funny, doesn't read anything, who gets all of his talking points from MSNBC and CNN and all of these compromised corporate media organizations. We can't trust a person like that to do the hard work, to do the heavy lifting of reading and studying to do the work that Dr. T. Hassan Johnson has done and continues to do the work that I do. See, D.L. Hughley is not going to do any heavy lifting. I doubt that D.L. Hughley will read my book. I doubt it. I don't care if he reads it. Y'all can send it to him. I don't care. I don't care. But he's not going to do any heavy lifting. He's not going to do any serious heavy lifting because he's not serious about this. He's not serious. Those other people are not serious about it. So I don't expect them. To be invested in the long game. All they care about are votes. That's all they care about are votes. You see? But see, we're here. Votes matter and politics matter. But the work that we do is much bigger than votes. Oh, it's much bigger than votes. It's much bigger than who's running for the presidency. It's much bigger than the Republican Party, the Democratic Party, and even third party. It's much bigger than that. Oh, yes. Yeah, we play the long game. Yeah, and what the long game means, brothers. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Rogers Neighborhood. I am back. Absolutely. I am black. What the long game means is that we are not conditioned by the outcome of this election right here. So November 5th is on Tuesday. We will know the result Wednesday. It may take until Friday until we get a definitive understanding of who the final winner is. Whether it is Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, it'll probably be by Friday, maybe Thursday. Hey, let me tell you something. If somebody wins by landslide, hell, I'm going to say this. If Donald Trump wins by landslide, we will know by Wednesday who the winner is. But if it's so close that they have to count all the votes. If Kamala gives him such a run for his money that we got to wait until Thursday or even Friday, then so be it. I mean, it might be a situation just like that. But what I want to say is, brothers, is that regardless of the outcome, whether Trump is the one who is the winner or Kamala Harris is the winner, our work does not stop. Our work doesn't stop. You see, what we do, I'm going to say this. If Donald Trump wins on Tuesday, our work doesn't stop with Donald Trump. This momentum, what we got going on, it don't stop with Donald Trump. It don't stop. It doesn't begin and end with Donald Trump, okay? Because we play the long game. You see, Trump, if he becomes president, he's going to be in office one term. That's it. And you can't hang your hat on a one-term person. You understand? You're not going to do that. There's 2028 and there's 2032. And here's the thing: if Kamala Harris becomes president, if she becomes president, we're not going to stop with her. It doesn't matter. Okay, it does not matter whatsoever. Even though we know that she doesn't care about BMI, she doesn't care about Black men's independence, she doesn't care about BME or Black men's
Compassion, type in the chat for me, please. The regular chat.
empowerment. She does not care about BMA, Black Men's Agency, or BMH, Black Men's Happiness. We understand that. We understand that. But see, our work is not going to stop with her. And I'm going to say this to you. She's probably, if she becomes president, she will be and I said this on my last stream, she will be a one-term president. I just do not see this individual as a two-term president. If she were to become a two-term president, it would be an act of God. It would be supernatural. She would have to transform and to become something completely other than what she has been up to this point. I'm talking about she's going to have to make a 180. She's going to have to make she's going to have a major political makeover in order for her to see two terms if she's elected on November the 5th. But we are not holding our breath. We're not holding our breath. We play the long game. We play the long game. They're talking about it. Here's the thing. Let me just get right into it. Let me get right into it. The liberals, the feminists, and the leftists, those who are invested in toxic masculinity, they are in an existential crisis, a dilemma right now when it comes to Black men in particular and men writ large. I'm going to say this to you again. The liberals, the leftists, and the feminists.
Hold up. I got 148 watching, only got 56 likes. Y'all better get my likes up. Get my likes up.
It's a good show. You better get the likes up. Okay, y'all here.
Also, BGS tax in effect. Hit my Cash App, support the show. Hit the super chat, support the show. I haven't got any Cash Apps yet. Hit my Cash App, support the show.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, and this is something that I remember in 2018 when I brought the PhDs here, or tried to get the PhDs here, and everybody complained about why they're here, what they're trying to do, and I said they were the next step. Remember that, AB? I don't know if you remember that or not. When I put with Dr. Johnson was the first one, and I said, why are all these PhDs coming here?
Yeah,
got all their pushback, okay? And I said the PhDs are the next step to the evolution of the Black manosphere, right? Okay, you're looking at the next evolution of the Black manosphere, right? Okay, you're looking at it right now, okay? I said the next evolution, the next step is political, okay? We've done the social, okay? We got people riled up, we got the social, okay? Kevin Samuels gave us a boost, but the thing is, the PhDs were the next step because we could not get to the next step without people like Dr. Neal, Dr. T, Green Gorilla, and Dr. Thunder and all those other kind of folks because they give us credibility, okay?
I don't know why people can push back against bringing PhDs in there. That's insane.
It's the same thing with the MGTOWs is because they're afraid that the PhDs are going to come in here and take their turf, okay? It's a turf fight, okay? Because they're worried about her holding on to their little piece of the yard. Instead, because the thing is that when I came here, that my holding on to a piece of the yard was not me. Okay, everybody thinks I have the same wishes to make, get my little group and make money or whatever, whatever it is that they want to do, right? Okay, I
Right.
get my little fiefdom, right? I never wanted a fiefdom. Okay, my thing is my thing. And I told Dr. Johnson this. I told Green Gorillas. I told Dr. Neal this. My thing was to come in here into this space and try to make an impact. Okay, put my little 2 shekels and try to move the needle. Try to change. Try to make an impact. Okay, we've made impact. We've moved the needle because when I first got here, talking about black men politically and what they were worth, nobody said crap unless we burning down the city. Okay, nobody said crap. Okay, we have moved the needle. This is the next evolution. Okay, it's the beginning of the next evolution of the next step of the black manosphere. Okay, and what you're seeing right now, because he said we moved the needle. Okay, 4 years ago when he said BMI, BMA, black male independence and black male
Black male
advocacy,
agency, yes.
agency and all that kind of stuff, everybody laughed. Okay, the Ice Cube effect, everybody laughed, right? Now, one presidential cycle later, it's in full effect to the point where they're coming down to holding whole town calls on black men and what black men want. So we have moved the needle. This is what I mean. Why you need people? Why you need people like Dr. Neal? Okay. Why you need? Why you need? Why you need? I told Dr. T. Okay. I said you have to write. You have to write the black male agenda. He said, "How come you can't write it?" I said, "Because I ain't got a PhD." Okay. I said, "I'm not number one. I'm not as smart as you. I have a PhD. I don't have the credibility you have. You got to write it for it to mean something." And he wrote it. And with his doctor in front and his PhD behind, it means something. Okay. It means something. So that means we get credibility and we get our message out. And now they have to pay attention. Yeah. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah.
In a state of crisis right now. They are in a predicament that they did not anticipate. They did not anticipate. They did not anticipate the agency of men in general, and they did not anticipate the agency of black men in particular. This channel deals particularly with black men, so we're focusing on black men. They did not see this coming. They did not understand that there would be political consequences. There would be political consequences for decades and decades and decades and decades of anti-black misandry. They didn't understand that for whatever reason. They didn't understand. Good to see you, BGS. More good to see you. Good to see you. They didn't understand that there would be political consequences for misandry. You see, the cultured, educated, liberal class, the professionals, they were very, very, and have been very, very comfortable in talking about toxic masculinity. They have been very comfortable in defaming black men. They have been very comfortable in talking about black men as deadbeat dads, very comfortable in talking about black men as criminals, very comfortable in talking about black men as dusty and unemployed and underachieving and incompetent. They have been very, very comfortable in talking about black men in demonic ways. And they were so comfortable. One of the reasons why they were comfortable with it is because for a long time there was no pushback on the part of black men. There was no pushback. The other part of it was that they were given an incentive to do this stuff. They were given this incentive by the establishment. I talk about all of this stuff right here in my book. My book. They were very comfortable with it.
Yes, sir.
They were rewarded for it. Rewarded for the savage and animalistic narrative about black men. They were rewarded for it. They were very comfortable with it. And they really believed that these men would never find themselves in a situation or never have the tools, basically, that these men, us black men in this space right here, who are part of the 20%, we are a part of the 20%. We are part of the 20%. I want you to do that. The 20%, we are a part of the 20%. What is the 20%? The 20%, black men who do not vote, black men who vote third party, and black men who vote for Republicans. That is the 20%. They did not anticipate the 20% who would have access to technology, who would use social media, platforms such as this, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, you name it, that we would use, X and formerly known as Twitter. We would use smartphones. We would digitally create our own brain trust that would serve as a response. And yes, and in many respects, a reaction to this anti-black male ideology. They did not anticipate it. And they did not anticipate. Thank you, BGS Idmore. Good to see you, man. Thank you, BGS Idmore. Good to see you in the house. BMI 3000, BMI, Cash App, $ BMI 3000. They did not anticipate our voices resonating with men all over the world and men within the United States of America, to the point where these men will begin to see where they stand in the United States as men, where they would think about their economic situation, where they would think about their domestic situation, where they would think about where they fit in the international order. They did not anticipate any of that. They were unprepared for that. And it is obvious right now. It is obvious right now with all of these summits, the Black Man Summit on BET, which was basically a beta male, black male simp a conference, okay? A gynocentric conference for black men.
Yeah.
All right. Where you would have these things where they're trying to figure out what to do. You know what? People like D.L. Hughley, people like Roland Martin, and people like those guys, other black men, Bakari Sellers and everything like that, they owe us a debt of gratitude. They owe us. These liberal black men, the liberal black men who have been quiet, the liberal black men who are sitting up here right now who are defending Kamala Harris and who are chastising, demonizing black men who think a different way, they owe us some gratitude. There is a debt of gratitude that is owed to us. But because of us and because of what we have done here, we have forced an entire political party right now in 2024 on the eve of an election, November the 5th, 2024, we have forced an entire political party on the eve of the 2024 election to contend with the existence and the issues that face black men in the United States of America. It wasn't led by liberal men. This shift, this turn, it was not led by liberal black men. It was not led by Roland Martin. It was not led by people like D.L. Hughley. It was not led by people like Barack Obama. Oh my God. Barack Obama was too cowardly to push something like this. It was not led by any of these people. It was led by us. We are the ones who have pushed this conversation. We are the ones who are forcing these liberals, these leftists who hate men, who are invested in toxic masculinity. We are the ones who have forced them to talk about the black male condition in the United States of America. We have forced them. So they are indebted to us. Because were it not for the fact that black men are showing up in these polls in increasing numbers who are moving away from this Democratic Party, that black men are waking up. And I look forward to seeing what the numbers will be. I look forward in the coming week or so. I look forward to seeing the number of black men who did not vote for Democrats, the black men who basically, I'm gonna say this, who voted against the Democratic Party. I'm looking towards those black men who voted against the Democratic Party. Because in my mind, if you are a black man who stayed home and you didn't vote, for me, you gave a vote against the Democratic Party. If you vote third party, you are voting against the Democratic Party. If you vote for Donald Trump, you are voting against the Democratic Party. You might see it differently, but that's how I see it. You are a part of what is a protest vote. A protest vote. It is a protest vote. Okay? This particular party, and this is one reason why I don't spend a whole lot of time talking about Republicans, or we don't spend a whole lot of time talking about Republicans, because Republicans have not monopolized the political capital in Black America. It's not the Republicans. It's the Democrats who have monopolized the black vote, okay, for decades, and have taken it for granted for decades, and have been abusive.
And see, we'll get back to Dr. Neal in a minute, but you know, you always hear, how come y'all don't talk about the Republicans? The Republicans don't be begging for our votes. The Republicans don't come and try to shame us for our votes.
No,
That's one of the reasons why we don't talk about them.
No need. They don't talk to us for the most part.
No, they start to, but the Republicans usually don't come talk to us.
No, now they are. Now
why?
they are.
Why not? And I saw this coming because, quite frankly, I don't talk about it a lot, but based on the opioid suicide numbers, they don't have a choice.
Yeah. In fact, there was a portion. I don't know who played it. I think it was Tim Black, maybe,
Mhm.
where J.D. Vance would sit down with Joe Rogan, actually mentioned Furious Styles and Boys in the Hood. And
Really?
yes, yeah.
Dang, he really is from my generation. But yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah, he said when he was little, you watched Boys. He said he never forgot it about taking control of your own neighborhood and your own destiny
He's right.
in your
Yeah.
community. Yeah, so he never forgot. Then some people say, well, there might have been a slick way to actually bring it in and pander to black men. I said, I don't care either way. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. JD Vance is a kill. They been. I could tell you now, Democrats, you better pray JD Vance don't become the nominee because y'all in
That's pro-
trouble.
that's probably his Trump's guarantee. He said with the shot. I said, okay, you think
Hmm.
I'm bad?
Yeah.
You think I'm bad? Okay, I'm putting somebody worse. Okay, or somebody's really going to a nightmare for you.
Hmm.
Towards black men, okay, with respect to the black vote. So they're the ones who are in need of correction. They need to be corrected. They need to fix themselves. They have a problem.
Hmm.
They have a problem. Good to see you, Charles Mayo. Good to see you from the UK, man. Good to see you. Yes, it's right here, man. It is right here. It is right here. You brothers in the UK, all you brothers all over the Western world, you guys who are in New Zealand and Africa, you guys who are in various parts of Asia, East Asia, West Asia, South Asia. I mean, we give a shout out to you, all you guys in the Caribbean and Africa, so on and so forth, in South America. We shout out to you. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Politics matters. See, and these people are really concerned. Yeah, these people are really concerned, and they should be concerned. They should be concerned because you've trivialized the condition and issues that are important to men.
Hmm.
You have trivialized. They have trivialized these matters, and now they're dealing with the political consequences of these matters. It was, in many respects, it was inevitable. It was this what we're seeing right now was inevitable.
Yes.
It was inevitable. I couldn't predict seeing it in my lifetime, but I knew it was inevitable. In my mind.
What's up, Milwaukee?
Sorry about that. I was trying to change the battery in my mouse.
Oh, okay.
Man, that one was horrible. I saw her trying to do that, and I was like, I know they paid her that money, but I'm like, man, she couldn't even remember her talking points.
Who's that? Cardi B?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, she got an IQ of 75. What do you expect, man?
Damn.
AB, I thought you was trying to punish me.
Oh no. Let's see here. Let's
1, 2, and say, "Oh, black man, look what you did! Look what you did! You made the Democratic Party respond to your needs. You go. It was so disingenuous. She was so disingenuous. Joy Reid was disingenuous. She was disingenuous. She was fake. If you see Joy Reid on MSNBC, or if you see her on her own Instagram account and she's talking about black men, you are listening, or black boys and all this type of stuff, and she's pretending to have some type of concern for us. She is being fake. She is being fake. She's being phony. She is not real. She is counterfeit. And as I said in my last video to you all, she is just as counterfeit as those counterfeit $20 bills that George Floyd tried to pass at that bodega on the day that he lost his life.
Damn.
Counterfeit.
Don't get no faker than that.
Is a counterfeit individual. And here's the thing, all of these counterfeit people, these Democrats, these shields, whatever you want to call them, they don't have the tools. They don't have the sensibilities to deal with black male conditions.
No, they don't.
And issues and concerns, so on and so forth. So they're stuck. All they're going to do, and at worst, all they're going to do is complain about sexism. And you're going to see this. What's going to happen? Thank you, Golden Child. Thank you for that support, Golden Child. Thank you for that support. Thank you, Just John. Thank you, Just John. What you're going to see, because they're dysfunctional. They're dysfunctional. These people are so dysfunctional that they can only talk about us in terms of misogyny or sexism. That's how dysfunctional they are. That they cannot see us outside of those categories of toxic masculinity. So if she loses, if Kamala Harris loses, they're going to be ranting and raving, and they're going to be talking about black men.
Wait a minute. Hold on, wait a minute, BGS. Why is he talking about Bowser like that?
So what?
Why is he talking about Bowser like that?
Oh, she hasn't started raving yet. She might be ranting. She hasn't started raving yet.
And they're going to be blaming.
Go ahead.
I was going to ask you, man. I didn't watch that whole BET beta male conference simp thing where JD is taking the Pledge of Allegiance in the picture. But what I would think is, did they not go and reach out to at least one conservative leaning brother who wasn't a bootleg?
No, it was because
Come on, man. You know they can't handle Byron Donald.
it wasn't a summit. It's supposed to be an infomercial for Kamala Harris.
You know they can't handle Byron Donald. You saw
disguised as a summit.
It's disguised as a summit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well that makes sense. Okay, I see what you mean. Because I didn't see one other person. They would at least, if they saying that those guys that were up there were automatically Kamala blue no matter who, they should have been actually getting the guys who were on the fence and have at least one of them up there to talk.
Normally you'll be true, but that's not what the point of the whole thing was. That's not what it was there for. It's supposed to be an infomercial. If you're selling a product, you want somebody to come up and say how bad the product is or how the product failed me. They're selling a product. They're not trying to have a debate.
Right. It's basically a sales pitch. Basically,
it was a sales pitch. I mean, you can sell that from the very beginning. In fact, Tim Black did a good breakdown of it. Talked about Kamala's record. Say what?
Tim Black been going in on him.
Yeah. He talked about going over her record and stuff like that, and how about I think the 1,500 people they talk about with the marijuana convictions, right? She didn't. It wasn't convictions. What it is that she held up their release for like 8 to 9 months so they could actually work forest fires for the state of California.
Didn't some of those men die during that service?
I don't know if they did or not, but saying they didn't. I don't know if they did or not. But the thing is, in other words, she held them 9 months past their release date.
I did see that Tim Black thing, and he was explaining how the previous DA, they did not have a full jail at that time. Got in, it was all full.
She doubled the capacity and she said that every 5 days somebody in the lockup would die. So.
Yeah, now BGS, I'm replaying to play this earlier. This is a response to that knucklehead from Tennessee that talking about you got that one uncle you need to talk to, and this brother 360 Smooths that I follow on TikTok. This is his response to it.
And if I may, on behalf of those uncles that you want to talk to, might I suggest
you got TV on, man?
I got him.
Okay.
To clean that milk from behind your ears and also wipe off that ejaculate from your mouth and off your hands before you even dare call yourself trying to approach us. Because let's keep it real. If it was such an overwhelming number of black men who are going to vote for Kamala Harris, you wouldn't have to be on a panel with all those other suckers up there trying to shame, insult, or guilt black men into voting for Kamala Harris. They would already be doing it. You're doing this because you feel threatened. You're doing this bullshit because you realize that she's losing horribly.
Yes.
And you're still committing the same idiotic mistakes that the Democratic Party has been collectively committing all of this time. The same mistakes Kamala Harris has been making herself, the same mistakes her election committee, her election team have been making. Even your precious Barack Obama screwed the pooch when just a few weeks ago he called himself adding fuel to the fire, believing himself to be some type of mentor to the rest of us, as if those who were watching him closely just suddenly forgot his general ineffectiveness when it came to us. If anything, you would think that you all would have learned by now They're trying to insult our intelligence by trying to defame us, by trying to besmirch our characters. The only thing that you've successfully done is make us look at you that much more closely, examine you that much more closely, and see your flaws more immediately. We see you're the type of people who don't even believe in half of the things that you say. We see that you're the type of people, the type of men who don't even think critically, but instead you lean to the panderings, to the toxic feminist ideologies.
Oh, they're also the kind of men that ignore that the daughter got essayed by one of their best friends and took the best friend's side. Oops, did I say that out loud?
And radical leftist ideologies of women and the alphabet community. You're the same people that want the rest of the country to support you all as you have become so depraved that you can no longer even discern what that which is a woman and that which is not.
Oops.
You're the same people who've hung this whole Project 2025 over our heads, threatening us with it, trying to influence us and make us think that if we were to vote for Trump, he would be the one spearheading this project. Meanwhile, the project itself has apparently endorsed Kamala Harris.
Oops.
Wow.
What, Pride 2025 endorsed Kamala Harris?
You're the ones.
Wow.
One of the major writers came out and endorsed Kamala Harris. So, yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Oops.
From the Heritage Foundation, no less.
Yes.
Oops.
Oh, by the way, I always laugh at people talking about it's from the Heritage Foundation. Yeah, so is the individual mandate that's in Obamacare. Oops, did I say that out loud?
Oops.
Usually, I ask people to ask me about, the Project. You heard about Project 2025? Have you read it? All 900 plus pages of it. Can you tell me a policy in there? Anyway,
still trying to shove identity politics down our throats. But meanwhile, you're the same people who have consistently come out and said that you would not do things specifically to help the black community.
No.
You want us to support people who will support everybody else.
Well.
But us.
Well.
Yep. Make that make sense.
Well.
Whether it's Kamala Harris herself who said this, your beloved Barack Obama himself who said this years ago that he wasn't going to do anything specifically for black folks, or at least not directly, that anything that was going to be done for us was going to be sort of an afterthought, sort of a collateral damage type of thing, where the goal was to help Americans in general. And by the focus of helping Americans in general, we would be helped somewhere in the mix. You all promote yourselves as liars and charlatans, playing this wicked game of sleight of hand. But the only problem is we're staring at your hands the entire time. We're watching what you're doing.
Yep.
We're seeing the little tricks that you're trying to pull over our eyes. We see the little things that you're trying to hide from us. We see the delusions that you're trying to impress upon us. And we are adamantly rejecting that nonsense, calling you out for the bullshit that it is, and sending it right back your way as full-on rejection. But you know what? That's okay. In 5 days, this will all be over.
Yep.
And I can't wait to see what you have to say when you find out that no, Kamala Harris could not secure over 80% of the black male vote. Trump 2024.
Oops. There you go.
Well,
I think they didn't think that it would come back on them as much. And for her to kind of go on Shannon, I'm kind of with you, BGS. If she was going to go on Shannon Sharp, she should have kind of got ahead of that a little earlier on that, because I think that being is so far down the line that they're actually getting a little more desperate, but they didn't even want to say black men or black people. They kept saying this person of color stuff. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do that. But just the word of person of color could denote anybody that has melanin in their skin. We're speaking specifically to black people, and you have to.
I came home. My mama told me a white lady gave her this. I'm Kimberly Campbell, and I approve this message. I came home. My mama told me a white lady gave her this. I'm Kimberly Campbell, and I approve this message.
Oh well.
Did you see the black lady that was accosted by the white liberal woman in the restaurant, where she actually was getting up in her face, telling her, you're black, so you should vote like this. How dare you support anybody? I don't see why the white liberal women want to get up in black people's faces and tell them what they need to do.
Same reason that little young white chick screamed in a little baby's face. That people have lost their fucking minds.
Yes.
Because black women are the reason white women are counted as a minority in the first place.
Yeah. Before I forget, thank you, Jules, for the Cash App. Thank you. I don't want to pronounce your real name. ESJ for the Cash App. Y'all support the show. And what's going on, Julius?
Ooh, got a buzz.
Yeah, got a little buzz, Jules.
He sounds like he's driving. Sound like windshield wipers. We got a lot of hum, Jules.
Yeah.
I don't know. Are you plugged in? Is your laptop plugged in or something like that? Because we got a lot of AC hum. So you got something plugged in.
You might be connected to a car stereo.
Yeah, did you hear about that squirrel everybody talking about?
The squirrel?
Yeah, no. Like a real famous squirrel. I can't think of the squirrel's name, but everybody's up in the world because this squirrel's been on TikTok and Instagram for like 7 years, and
picking elections or something like that.
No, just doing squirrel stuff.
Okay.
And his owner, and apparently this dude lived in New York State, and the police came and got the squirrel and one of his raccoons and euthanized them.
Okay. I mean, did the squirrel have disease or something like that?
No, he's been used on TikTok for like 7 years.
So they were trying to say it had rabies and that it was not a specific pet, and they were trying to get an environmental deal. I don't know. It wasn't the EPA.
Oh, if there's rabies around, or there's an outbreak of rabies amongst squirrels and stuff like that, they will come out and they'll get rid of them. So I don't know. Could be. I don't know. I haven't heard about it, but that's very common. If there's an outbreak of rabies or some kind of disease amongst the ground squirrels, they'll come get them and euthanize them.
Yeah, that one was like, he might as well have been one of those animal actors, because he was holding up signs. Like, he was trained, I'm sure they took him to the vet. He wasn't like a outside squirrel type of squirrel.
This is a squirrel that's been well known on
was it a wild squirrel, or was it actually a pet?
It's probably a pet. It was a tame pet.
It was a tame pet, but he didn't have paper legal owner or nothing like that.
No.
Okay.
BGS, I'm just as lost as you, because I seen that apparently even Trump spoke out about this squirrel.
Okay.
I have no idea why. So.
Oh, I haven't even heard of it, man. Man, I get flooded with so much stuff I can't even keep up with the little stuff like this.
Speaking of which, Codebreakers had a little thing today. I watched bits and pieces of it.
I know I haven't watched it yet, so yeah, I know they have a little 5-hour marathon where they talk to each other.
But what else is coming up? Oh, that's Jules.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of that animal stuff. How much animals have we seen with this memes with this election? My God.
I mean, YouTube was actually built on animal shit. So
yeah,
the original stuff, cat videos and animal videos.
Shout out to Trump. He's created a new dance with one of his things. He had said Joe Biden is sleeping. Kamala Harris is dancing with Beyonce, Beyonce.
That shit is hilarious, bro.
That shit is hilarious.
The Trump, Trump was dancing with Beyonce.
No,
He said,
he
So
created a
what?
new meme.
Oh, create a new meme. Okay.
Let me see if I can find it.
he said Joe Biden's sleeping and Kamala Harris is at a dance party with Beyonce.
Oh, okay.
And like, there's a bunch of like people like twerking to it and shit. Like they
Mhm.
made it into a song. Like,
Oh yeah,
that's some
they're
bullshit.
like, oh, she was supposed to be meeting with Netanyahu who's at a AKA party. Yeah,
Hey, can you guys hear me now?
we
Yeah,
got you.
you're good.
All right. Yeah, I have a lot of transfers going on my computer, so yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
Busy.
how's class with Theo going?
Yeah, class is fine. Yeah, class is fine. Had a hangout session with some of the guys in the class, and
Mhm.
that wrapped up about 20 minutes ago.
Okay.
Yeah, just chilling. Some of the guys are kind of anxious about the job market and what's the ultimate, like, how does this actually play off on the, like, what does it look like to be on the job? What does this all this mean? Because it's very hard to see it from, the forest in the trees or when you're on the ground.
If they're gonna move a lot of this the currency trades to AI and crypto, then they're gonna need more people to keep an eye on it.
Cloud. Yep.
Yeah. So
Yeah. Oh.
so there will be jobs. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because
if you have the skills.
Yeah, because like, I mean, if you look at this screen that we're looking at with the icons and stuff like that, this is how my daily meetings are. Like, I don't see anybody's face outside of the interviews I've had and a handful of town halls.
Yeah.
Like, I rarely see. I think I've seen my boss's face twice.
Okay. So YouTube and Manosphere kind of got you ready for it, huh?
I mean, like, I've had similar. Yeah, I've had a lot more face camera on type of shit though. But yeah, but yes, yeah, you have to be able to identify the voices and what they're saying.
Voices instead of faces. Yeah.
But here you go.
Okay.
Joe Biden is asleep. Kamala is at a dance party with Beyonce.
Those that got trash
Beyonce,
cans on, trash
Beyonce,
bags on.
Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce.
This is a trend.
Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce.
Black cat
Joe
fat
Biden
TikTok,
is
man.
asleep. Kamala
Okay.
is at a
That's
dance
Black
party
cat
with
fat TikTok,
Beyonce.
shit like this.
Okay.
But yeah, that's a new trend that Trump started.
Okay.
It was hilarious. But like,
it's like the chick with finance.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of that. What the brother was saying earlier about how the job, how no matter who wins, right? How the job deal will look. When Trump was in office, I was noticing a lot, especially after he did the tax break, he did some of that corporate regulation hit back. I saw a lot of jobs, big time jobs, who normally weren't like hiring, like their turnovers was real low.
Yeah,
I started seeing them just mass hiring. I mean, mass.
Yeah, he cut off a lot of H-1B visas. He cut off a lot of outsourcing of jobs. So, by incentivizing them with tax breaks and penalizing them on the other end to actually force jobs back into the United States.
Yeah.
He's an isolationist, so he did a lot of that.
Well, I say.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Go ahead.
Lewis, I'm sorry, I got to point this out. Lewis, you're not shit for that. A.L. Evans chicken money tax.
Oh yeah.
you know how A.L.
Yeah. Oh, he gonna have him cuss. He gonna pot up now and start cussing. Watch it.
Who trying to pay us in some goddamn debt burden? You don't pay nobody no goddamn debt burden in my name. Reject that goddamn tax, goddamn it.
Hey, J.L. says he rebukes you.
Oh, I saw that too, man.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
He turned down the TV for that one. Okay, I knew he was gonna come back.
Why do you think AL was quiet this whole time?
No, he watching something on. Either he playing a game or watching them on TV. Yeah, that's why.
I'm watching West Wing, if you must know.
Yardbird, man.
It should be House of Cards, brother.
AL sitting down there with
might as well.
Yeah. Anyway,
I'm surprised if they don't try to do another one since they got Kevin Spacey off of most of them charges.
I think they're trying to reboot it, but the thing is, it's kind of hard. Netflix is kind of funny.
Well,
Yeah.
that show also
And
has a limited run though. Like the original series is like what 25, maybe 40 episodes
yeah,
tops.
yeah. They made six seasons out of the one
Yeah,
on Netflix, but it
they
had
made
Kevin
that.
Spacey. But Kevin
They ran the hell
Spacey,
out of it though.
yeah, they did. They
He
beat the
ran
hell
it.
out of it. Yeah, they
Yeah,
did right.
he made that show. Like, if anyone wants to see like the type of double dealing and backstabbing that can
Yeah,
happen,
yeah,
that's a great example. Because there's a
yeah,
lot
yeah.
of very smart people who are trying to maneuver them way. They're doing the Highlanderism where it actually matters, not
Yeah,
on like some bullshit,
yeah,
chicken door
yeah.
stuff.
Now they
Like they
pull
really
them.
do.
You can see the real. They teach you the real inside dirty tricks of Washington D.C. Well, West Wing is like a cleaner version of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's the aspirational version
Yeah,
of like I'm going
yeah.
to give a speech, and then all of a sudden everybody's going to say we're going to do the right thing, and we're
Hmm.
going to fund this school, and we're going to go to Mars. Like
Hmm.
this shit doesn't
Okay,
happen.
I heard you, old man. You done sold me. As soon as I'm done with all my episodes and seasons of West Wing, I'm on the House of Cards.
Oh
Gotcha.
yeah. The first three the last three seasons aren't that good, but the first three seasons are actually excellent.
Airtight. Shit.
Airtight. Yeah.
I
Okay.
never knew it was about the White House and the presidency. I
It,
just thought
it,
it
it, it,
was.
it's modeled after the Clintons actually.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because like
that could be greasy juicy.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
yeah,
Oh yeah. All the homosexuality, all that kind of stuff, man. Basically,
dead
with the
bodies.
lesbians, dead body. Oh, a bunch of dead bodies. In fact,
Damn.
he killed that dog that got hit right the first 2 minutes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm.
Push the girl in front of the train. Like
Puts the
there's
girl
a
in front of the
lot
train.
of crazy
Oh,
stuff.
a lot of crazy
Uh,
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, y'all were the ones that put me on that show because when I originally seen it, I just seen a bunch of white people. I'm like, yeah, I ain't with it. But y'all were saying
man,
it's good, so
like that's what I get. Like I don't get that. Like if you want to, white people media tells a lot about themselves.
I,
They really do.
So you
Yeah.
expect to go to see the White House in Washington D.C. see a bunch of black people? Really? Why?
No,
well, I didn't
you
know.
will, but they'll be in
No,
the
no, no.
background.
No, what I'm saying is,
I
what
I didn't know
series
what
have
it
you
was about.
other than Backstairs at the White House? Have you seen a bunch of black people in a Washington D.C. show?
I didn't know it was about the White House. I was just scrolling through Netflix and seeing it like years ago, and I was like, yeah, this ain't for me. But I heard it's like y'all were saying it was good, so I guess it's worth checking out.
In fact, it was so impactful that the Netflix boom boom comes from House of Cards, when he actually bangs his fist on the desk. That's where it comes from.
Mm-hmm.
That's
That show
interesting. I didn't
made
know
that company.
Yeah, it
Did,
did.
did Scandal have a lot of black people? I mean, besides the woman.
Oh
It
yeah, yeah.
does,
Oh
but
yeah,
I don't watch
with
it.
Shonda Rhimes. Oh, Shonda Rhimes made her bank off of Scandal, and was it ER? Not ER? Or
Yeah,
was it?
how you gonna? It's, of course, it has to have black men in there. It's got to have motherfuckers to blame.
Sure.
Well, no, if you're in like DC does have a lot of black people, just not as much as it used to be. But like in the White House, there's a ton of like black people over-index in the military, and a lot of that feeds into like Secret Service, guards, the Marine Corps that guards are down at the barracks down there. There's a lot of black folks that are down there.
Hey,
I mean, I
hey,
used to know a brother. I used to know a brother who used to fly the chopper that was Air Force One
hey,
for the White House, right?
Yeah,
Like, there's a lot of black people in the
but you're
military.
not going to
Yeah,
see a lot of main characters in a Washington D.C. show that are black. Okay.
yeah, I mean
yeah.
that's. I mean, as far as the other question, dude asked, as far as Scandal, I haven't watched Scandal, but I have seen some clips. The clips that I watch is of her dad. When her
Hmm.
The
dad is
Morton.
laying, yeah, the dude that plays, Miles Dyson in Terminator 2,
Hmm.
is her dad, and he does
He
very well.
cooks.
And
He
yeah,
Yeah, he's
cooks.
no joke.
yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
Joe Morton. He cooks, man.
Watch the first two seasons of
yeah.
Scandal.
But as far as the black people in the White House thing, yeah, that's incredibly naive. If you know anything about like how media works and why Hollywood is, the White House is some aspirational shit. I mean, shit, where do you see black people at in any of these Western parts? You probably see more of them with us than you do in those other situations. I mean, yeah, they're not going to show that because showing the White House, especially in the show format, it's
Hmm.
kind of like Friends. We ain't had no black people there. It's an
I mean,
aspirational view of
you
what
have
it is.
Yeah.
you have black people even in House of Cards. You have black people. Okay.
Yeah, just not
But
many.
you're not going to have many because guess what? In seats of power in the White House, you're not going to have many. Okay.
Yeah,
It's
Exactly.
not.
It's
Now the
very hard to
show,
cut the mustard to get to that top.
the
Hold
show
on,
is
hold on.
great, right? I watched.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Gentlemen, to anybody that's saying, "Oh, the job numbers are great," the job numbers are under control.
No, it's not true.
Please
No,
show
they're
them.
not.
Please show them this video.
people got fired after a manager used a whole bunch of HR people got fired after a manager used his own resume to prove that their system was auto-rejecting all job applicants. It's certainly no secret at this point that the job search process has been.
This is a serious problem. I've been hearing about this for a while now.
Because they're posting the jobs, but they're not hiring people. The job postings
and one of
are
those
fake.
infuriating parts is when you send an application and immediately get a rejection minutes, if not seconds later.
AI.
It makes it pretty obvious that your resume didn't get anywhere near an actual person. So what gives? Well, it probably has a lot to do with ATSs, or applicant tracking systems, the bane of the existence of every job seeker. These software programs frequently can't make any sense of even the slightest deviation from the norm on a resume, a problem the integration of AI seems to only be making worse. Which brings us to the manager in question, who posted in a Reddit thread that while searching for a new employee recently, their HR department was unable to find a single qualified candidate in 3 months of searching. Naturally, they became a little suspicious, so they created a new email address and a modified version of their resume with a fake name and submitted that to the job. And sure enough, it was auto-rejected within seconds. The manager then brought the issue to upper management, which resulted in a whole slew of HR people getting fired, because it was discovered that a very dumb typo in the ATS was to blame. The typo meant that HR had set up the system to only accept candidates with expertise in a certain.
What have I always told you, BGS? The computer is dumb as fuck.
Well,
so they overtuned it.
No, the thing is, they're motherfucking lying, okay? But hold on. But heads have to roll, okay? It's bullshit when they actually posted these things. There is no jobs for these motherfuckers, okay? The thing is, they have to show that they're trying to hire people to make numbers. And I would even go further. I have a funny feeling that if you're on LinkedIn or you posted for a resume for jobs, okay, they start tracking you. They actually knows who you are and where you are. Okay, I have a funny feeling that's happening. This shit is being shared. So when your name pops up, the AI probably already knows who you are, because it actually go through your whole resume, your job tracking in seconds. Okay.
Okay, well, y'all just heard him say it's not just about computers being stupid. They actually rigged it. He just said it. They rigged it to only reject everything except
a very narrow band,
very narrow band of them people. And that ghost, they call it ghost jobs, BGS.
But the thing is, they should have put that in there. If you put it in there that we're looking for a very narrow band of people, then it'll keep people from actually applying. The thing is, they don't want to do that because they want to look like they're actually seeking
version of a type of software that hasn't existed since 2010.
I mean, that's just a car crash from start to finish. I mean, I'm totally with them, by the way. There's this slight over-reliance on this new technology that just basically is very lazy recruitment, because people apply and then you just get that rejection straight away, and it's incredibly frustrating, because you probably look at your jobs going, I could really do this if I could just vaguely have a chance to talk to someone. So I've got a lot of sympathy for that. Secondly, like how it takes so long to flag that in 3 months they found no qualified candidates, I have no idea. But I have to say, business did respond like quite quickly, so fair play to them. The problem I have with this technology, right, is I do think you're missing out on a lot of good candidates. I do think having that ability to actually read a CV, maybe have a chance to talk to someone, and I get there's lots of applications, but this sort of straight out default, they fired you, therefore you're rubbish approach, I'm not a huge fan of. I do think we're missing out on a lot of good candidates that way. And so what I say to all businesses, look, have technology. I'm not against all of it, but don't overly rely on it. If your entire recruitment policy is based on AI or whatever.
Yeah, good luck doing these.
I think it's total bullshit.
CV.
Go ahead.
I think it's total bullshit. I think there aren't any jobs to begin with. Okay, and I think they're just putting it out there to make it look like they're looking for people.
Y'all heard about how many jobs we added last month, right?
Yeah.
That's exactly where I was going. So they can bullshit and inflate the numbers on job creation.
Job creation.
This is it's a fucking political move.
And they might be getting paid to create jobs. Okay.
Oh, I absolutely believe it. They're not going to do it for nothing.
Yeah, it's
or you get a tax break for creating jobs.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
So you might. What I'm saying is, you can't go by me because I'm fucking black pilled and cynical. So I don't believe none of that shit.
No, well, a lot of the Z's and a lot of the younger millennials, they'll definitely believe what you're talking about, because a lot of stuff they're living it. They're living it. Yeah, they've been living it, And again, this is why when you have somebody like Kamala, I mean, shit, you could think JD Vance is full of shit, but at least he gives you some shit to be full of.
Yeah.
Kamala just is on some well, I came from a middle class family,
Right.
bullshit, and it's like, well, bitch, you ain't been middle class in a long time.
There's no way with 300 million people and all these college educated motherfuckers rolling around that you're gonna have 300 jobs unfilled, okay? And not for days or weeks, but months and sometimes a year.
Not if you want somebody.
If you want somebody, it's bullshit. That's why I don't believe those jobs exist. Just me.
And here's what I would say. The next time they talk about job creation, ask them how many of those jobs were filled.
And the thing is, how you have job creation and laying off people doesn't make sense to me.
Exactly.
They're getting rid of like a lot of people who had skills that they did not upskill. Because at the same time, you're still performing that job. You have to be learning new skills for the next job.
It'd be simpler instead of laying off people. You got job programs. It'd be simpler to upskill these people to actually fill the jobs that you're
right.
in the house.
They're not going to do that.
It's because, in my opinion, I could be wrong, and if I'm wrong, I'll take the heat for it. Right? I don't believe those jobs actually exist.
Well,
a lot of the business world functions off the Jack Welch mentality, which is basically they want to get as much as they can for the cheapest amount they can, right? And Jack Welch is the guy who fucked up Boeing, he fucked up GE, and basically his ethos was if he could take every company in the world and put it on a barge and pull it up to the cheapest labor spot in the world,
of course,
cost cutting instead of engineering,
of course,
better improvements, efficiency.
But you're gonna spend on the back end,
which they did that. They did that 35 years ago. Hence, why we are where we are now, right?
Yeah, that's why GE is a crap shot and Boeing has planes falling.
No, that's how come China manufactures 85% of your goods on the planet. That's because you did that shit. And people told them that shit back in fucking 94 when we actually first pointed that shit out. Craig Hewlett wrote 2 books on that shit, man, back in 1994. They knew, and they did it anyway.
Powers of production. Powers of production. It's not in consumption.
Hey, let me go after Edward. Go ahead, Edward. I want to go after Edward, though.
Romney said that, but here's the thing, man. And let me back up.
And the Clintons were at the forefront of that bullshit too. But beside the point.
Yeah, so people like a lot of times people had this mentality where if I just figure the system.
Go ahead.
If I just figure the system out, you know, and I'm just like wrap your head around the system, even if it's a bullshit system. It makes sense and people can be comfortable with it, you know, as a voter or as somebody looking in. The reality is what the fuck is happening cannot sustain itself. And the question is how much time? The answer is you're kind of been out of time, you know, but people can't accept that because that'll create a lot of stress, you know, with a lot of people. So they look to latch onto, well, it's just like this. It's just like this. Literally, like, I can't say this on, and this is obviously not my channel, but like, if people really knew what they knew, let's just say voting ain't what motherfuckers would be doing, and I'll leave it at that. Voting ain't what motherfuckers.
At this point, okay. At this point, the way the world is shaping up, it doesn't matter what you do. You can go out there and try to burn shit down. It doesn't matter. Okay, it's not gonna change shit. Okay.
Yeah. So
doing that's just gonna make your shit worse. Okay. There's nothing that you can do to change this shit.
Well, I'm not even saying it from a righteous standpoint. I'm just saying as an instinctual reaction.
You can react any way you want to. The thing is, what I'm telling people that think about that are frustrated, want to go out and do shit. It's not gonna change. It's just gonna make your shit worse because the shit that should have been done at the latest 2016, right? At the latest 2016. But when Xi actually got on that platform. Announced Belt Road, you should start doing shit then. They didn't. Okay.
That's an illogical response, and that's why my statement is just if they knew, because first of all, they wouldn't know it building up like what you're saying. The way this stuff they find out, they're gonna find it's gonna be because when it really hits them and it starts hitting the plurality of people, it's not gonna be like okay, well they trace it all the way back to Clinton because I get what you're saying because I did that. I said mapping out.
If they knew what's going on, they'd be upskilling and trying to get the fuck out of Dodge. That's what they'd be doing right now. Okay, if they knew what was really going on, but they don't.
Can I give you a perfect example?
Well, I'll tell you. Let me jump in there real quick. So, and this is my opinion, right? With this job creation thing. Now, typically, what they would refer to if you didn't need a human to do that job anymore, they call that making that job
obsolete,
right? It's obsolete. I believe what they're more than likely doing, because it's all politics now, right? I believe what they're doing is keeping that job there and counting it because it was filled by AI and automation, but they're still counting it as though it's been filled by a person.
Yes, and guess what? You have to
Politics.
you also have to post the job, don't you?
Yep.
Yeah.
And how do you incentivize the companies to do certain things like that? How do you incentivize them?
Tax breaks.
Tax breaks.
Tax breaks. Yeah.
So now you understand why I said what I said before, right?
Yeah. They just it's all a fucking game, man.
Can I give you a perfect example of that?
Go ahead.
When I worked for Yahoo, and it was back in the early 2000s, Yahoo had a chance. Our CEO at the time was Terry Semel, and we had a chance to buy. This was basically when Google was like on a train.
Buy Google.
Right. He had a chance to get it for $5 million. They had a whole meeting about it. They told us, well, we're not going to do it because, we don't think $5 million is, a sustainable number for us to buy that. We've got a great Yahoo. Our algorithm is good. And what wound up happening was they decided not to do that. And automation wasn't there yet because our IVR, it couldn't respond to a lot of the voice commands over the phone. So we were still having to be able to do the customer service and tech service through humans, right? So what wound up happening was, instead of them figuring out that IVR deal, they said, well, look, because normally then they would hire from inside the company, like you guys were saying earlier. They would post the jobs for qualified applicants inside the job. So then you could be able to be brought up from inside the company versus going and hire out. Well, what they did was, once that deal on Google failed and they started losing their market share, they wound up doing a massive corporate downsizing. They fired all of us. I mean, I fired my team. They fired worldwide. Yahoo fired an entire division, basically. And then they took everybody. They actually offered me to go to India to train these guys that they're going to be replacing us with. A friend of mine, he actually got over there, and I was like, well, why did I get? He said, well, they told us that you're black, and if you send you over there to the Indians, then you're gonna be they're gonna be intimidated by you. So we sent the white guys. And when they got over there, he explained to me, he said, man, they bust these guys in, they feed them, and they pay them like 100 rupees or something a day, which is nothing. And then they fire all of them.
Because you know what's happening at the time. Basically Y2K. Basically, they're training all these Indian dudes to actually do the program. Okay. That's how come you see all these. That's how come you see all these Indians and these H-1B visas because remember I know you will work with Yahoo. Remember the year 2000 bug, Y2K bug.
Yes, sir, I do.
Because a lot of the old legacy software was actually programmed, like banking, all kinds of stuff was actually programmed on the what is it, languages that were built in the 60s.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hey, I'm going to drop you for a little bit. Salty wants to get up.
Yeah, some of that stuff was on Fortran. It was Unix.
Yeah. But the thing is, if you read the book, I've told people, if you read the book by Thomas Friedman, right? The World is Flat, right? He actually talks about it. Okay, I remember the Y2K problem, and they specifically couldn't train the people here. Okay, so what they did was they shipped all that stuff over to India and said, train these people. They actually program in this software. So, but the thing is, they kept upskilling. So by the time when they kept upskilling, they said, okay, now guess what? We got all these people trained in IT. Guess what we can actually do? Transfer a lot of stuff that we did here, and outsource it over to India. Okay.
Yeah,
so that's go ahead. I'm sorry.
He actually told me as well, and he said these guys aren't stupid. He said, I want to let you know these guys are smart. A lot of these guys have degrees.
Yes.
They're not paying them, and one of our major trainers, he actually went against the corporation and said, hey, look, guys, y'all just go ahead and get your visa and go to America, and y'all can get paid $15 an hour for this. They wound up firing him for that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
A lot of those guys that came over, they already had their degrees in India.
Yeah, in India,
yeah. What's going on, number two?
They actually paid for it with American money.
Yeah.
Believe it or not.
Good evening.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Well, no, I just wanted to add a couple things going on. One with the you guys already know guys behind the wall, but for the most part, and the guys in the email chats.
Yeah.
I've been putting out the real numbers, man. I mean, just the revised numbers again. I mean, last quarter, really there was only like it was less than 13,000 new jobs, new official jobs.
Yeah.
That's it in the whole fucking country. So when they finally revised the whole numbers, 2 or 3 months ago by almost 1,800,000 something thousand. Again, people, how I look at it is not how these people explain it. These PhDs, they're in a fucking bubble, man, for the most part. And a lot of
them they're lying to protect their jobs.
Exactly. I look at things month on month, year to date, and year per year. That's how I look at it. So if we look at it that way, we're net negative on jobs. Factually speaking, the only reason why it appears that the market is strong because they're using the stock market, which is overvalued. And the only reason why the stock market is strong right now is because a lot of these companies, they purchase, especially manufacturing, they purchased all of their supplies months ago. So it appears that the market is stronger than it really is. It is not. Now, when you go to the jobs, when you go to businesses, how it works, depending on what state you're in, you got multiple things going on. One, if you have nationally, if you have over 100 employees, if you're going to have like layoffs, you have to report it like 2 months in advance. I think 60 days in advance. That's federal law. Very few people know that. Two, certain states, they have to, when they post jobs, they have to report the income range. Very few people know that. Two,
I see where you're going with this.
Or three, there's multiple things going on. One, they had there because annually, HR, I forget the SCHM, whatever the hell they call themselves, they have an annual meeting. They had it last one for 2 months ago. So the consensus across the board is they're going to be using AI more, point blank period, across the fucking industry. Now the difference is each corporation, they can modify it. They can modify the system. That's the difference. But you're not going to know who's doing what for the most part. They were already using the ATS systems for years anyway. Now this shit's on fucking steroids. The issue is what we're seeing right now is some jobs, one, especially if they're public corporations, and this has been going on for decades, they will post jobs to appear that they're doing better than they are. That's one method that they use. Second thing, legally, they have to post jobs, even if they're really hiring. But even if they're hiring internally and they already have a position legally, they have to post a job. So you put your bid in, it don't matter. They already have somebody internally for the most part, or somebody that they know was recommended. So that's another thing going on. Two, right now, a lot of these, it's not even HR, they don't even know what most of these jobs are to begin with. It's a lot of these jobs, the issue is with the hiring managers. A lot of these hiring managers are fucking delusional right now. Why? Because there's droves of people on the sidelines who can't get a job or can't get the job that they actually qualify for. So they're fucking around with the system, which helps out their budget. So last point, what I wanted to say is what people don't realize right now as we speak, many companies that either are doing or already have done their budgets for 2025. And I just went through this shit in my accounting course. Like, you guys have no fucking idea. You are a number on the goddamn balance income statement. Point blank, period. There's only three on a stool. There's only three legs. The owners, employees, customers. That's it. And when it comes to who takes priorities, owners, and you as an employee, you're last.
Yep.
That's the matter. That's the facts. So in the world that we're in right now, you better be upskilling. And even if you're upskilling, you better know how to read a fucking balance sheet. Because if you don't know what your business, the corporation is doing, if they're adapting to the current market, you don't know if your ass is out. Because you could be out and it got nothing to do with you. And when you're out in this job market, people don't give a shit. You have been unemployed for 3-6 months. It may not actually be you, but they're going to look at you, even though they understand, even if they do really understand that the market's all fucked up, they don't care. Something's wrong with you. Nothing's wrong with you, but they're going to look at it like something's wrong with you. That's what's going on right now. That's why I keep on saying this middle class is fucking over. And I've been real quiet for weeks. Middle class is over in this country. It's done. You cannot keep up. Point blank. Period. Sorry to tell you guys the truth.
Well, Salchi and BGS, especially you guys, anybody else can chime in, but because I've heard this going on for a while now. Like people, they're calling it like ghost jobs, right? Like I've heard about this, and I'm like, what is the possible benefit of doing this? Like
I just told you.
Oh, okay. Tax
like
breaks.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you understand when I say tax breaks?
Yeah, I understand when you say tax breaks, but also Chelsea just added on to it
Very
as well.
Canadian.
Okay.
Well,
why would a company list a ghost job, sir?
Well, I mean, you just said tax breaks, right? Which would that would be an obvious solution. Like
yes,
so what part don't you understand? There is no job.
He doesn't understand.
Okay. Oh no. What part don't you understand? It's pretty simple.
That's not what I'm saying at all. It's like I'm just not getting a chance to finish. It's just,
well, I'm asking you to clarify. You finishing? I'm asking you what. We answered your question. Okay. So what question are you asking that we haven't already answered?
I wasn't trying to ask a question. It was just thank you for clarifying like what I didn't know prior to this, because it's like Salchi was saying, it's more than just one thing, right? Because Salchi was talking about like them putting out jobs, like, so because to me I'm thinking that like them putting out jobs is showing that their company is growing, right?
You're thinking like
affecting their stock price.
You're overthinking. Yeah, you're overthinking it.
And you're thinking like an employee. Which I'm not saying that's wrong. Unfortunately, it's just not correct. You have to think, in my opinion. You again, balance sheet. You have to think balance sheet, and you have to think like a fucking owner. And it's like when you start doing that, I'm telling you guys, the world makes so much sense. And when people start talking, I mean, it just sounds like Charlie Brown.
Absolutely.
Because I'll explain this to you, because it's something that you don't know because you don't follow the stock market, right? Your stock price goes up when you cut employees because you cut costs. Okay.
Yes.
We cut jobs, stock price goes up. Okay. So why would you hold ghost jobs to actually increase your stock price? Okay. Those two things don't match.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna ask Equalizer.
Yeah, hold on before y'all do that.
That's what I was trying to figure out.
Hold on.
Okay. We answered the question like 5-10 minutes ago. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
I put a little poll out today with using YouTube's little tool. I have 153 votes. I asked who's going to win the presidential race. Not surprising, Donald Trump got 74%. Kamala Harris got 13%. That was probably Hammer voting a couple times. Jill Stein got 10%, and Cornel West got 3%.
Okay, all right,
brother.
Shout out to Cornell with the 3%.
Yeah, I mean,
that's more than Kamala will get on her own. Okay.
Yeah, I had to tell my people. Because I did a poll that this is not who you want to win. This is who you think is going to win. But yeah, that was about the same numbers I got. I made sure I put that in there in the post, because we get who you want to win versus who's going to win. But yeah, as far as what Sachi was talking about too, that internal promotion thing, because a lot of times they'll have these people doing the job before they give them the official title, especially if it's like managerial stuff. So they already know if they can do the job. Then they kind of know what they're getting, but they still got to post it. So that's one thing that's not said. The other thing too, as far as think like an owner, like people don't feel they have to, because they have this old world of thinking. And I've said this: you have to look at a career from a business person's perspective now. That it's no longer, well, if you're just in sales or if you have a business. No, that's gone. That's dead. Like if you have a 9-to-5 job, it's unless you have low skilled, and if you're low skilled, you're easily replaced. Once you get into those upper echelons of skilled or whatever, you have to understand very much so how you fit in that cog. Otherwise, it's just not going to work. You're speaking Mandarin, and they're speaking English.
Well, the thing is, and this is okay. This is what, maybe I should just go back to esoteric stuff, because I've been saying this shit for so many years. I'm getting tired. Okay, with automation coming in, and this is why when the ChatGPT and that shit first came in, I said, AB, and I told AB and a couple other people, test this shit for me. See how well it actually works, okay? Because I actually want to see how well does it actually work and how many people could it actually replace, right? And that's just one thing with highly skilled people, okay? Programmers are
Yes.
actually highly skilled people, okay? So you can't just drop a dime and replace these people. Say, can this thing do the job of a programmer? Not completely, but enough, okay? And what we determined, AB can tell you, we determined it can actually replace 4 out of 5 people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I've been messing around with it, and the issue, BGS, with it, you might as well, because go back to esoteric. Because the problem is when you get that real with people, they go into a depression.
I had programmers on here, McDrama Bear included, screaming at me. Okay.
Let me give you.
Hold on.
Let me
I just want to say this real quick, like 10
I gotta
seconds.
hear that.
The reason they were screaming at you is because it's like taking wrench and putting it in their brain. And because I've seen what you're talking about with that. And I said, I get you don't like it. And I've had to tell people, I get you don't like it. That doesn't change the reality of what it is, though. And that's what happens. They don't like it. So what happens is they go into all this. It's like literally like an emotional thing. When you literally see them going into it.
Yeah.
I'll speak more on it, but I know Sauchi's waiting. So go ahead, Sauchi.
I'll tell you. I'll give you one perfect example. J.P. Morgan, biggest bank or the most powerful bank in this country, over $1 trillion in assets. Well over $1 trillion. Okay. Last year they spent, it was either 14 or 17 billion on technology. They're more than doubling that this year. What the fuck are they gonna do next year?
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, the thing is, 5 years ago, I was trying to warn people. Okay. When the stuff was coming in, I started warning people in like 2017, 2018. Hey, skill up. Be the fastest camper, because the bear is going to get somebody. Okay? The bear's going to eat somebody. You just don't want the bear to eat you. Okay.
Yeah, I'll say I'll add.
Hold on. One at a time, y'all. One at a time. Okay.
I just want to ask one question for that, right? As far as it concerns to what you were saying earlier about the job market, have you seen? And I would like you, because it seems like you got a lot of information on that, and I think that this is a great question. Have you seen a lot? Because I've seen some of these corporations now, specifically like when you're talking about these ghost jobs.
Okay, what's the question? Okay,
the question is like, have you seen a lot of these jobs where they're doing now, instead of putting the employees on the books, they're starting to do 1099 and contracting out.
They've been doing that for 10 years. Okay, what you see, your Uber Eats and your drivers and even
the
nurses,
gig economy.
The gig economy has been in full effect for the last 10 years. The thing is now they're doing things like laying off people. Okay, like when you start laying off nurses. Okay, they laying off fucking nurses right now. Okay. And nurses were one of the few things that's human contact. When they start laying off nurses, that means this is going to roll downhill pretty fast.
Yeah, so
I could tell you. I could tell you that
right. You pay your own taxes on that 1099.
You always pay your taxes.
What I'm talking about, okay? When I'm talking about a 1099, they can drop you in a heartbeat because you're a contract employee. They don't have to go through the whole phase of unemployment, all the other insurance, all the kind of bullshit they have to get rid of a regular employee. That's going to don't hire you in the first fucking place, right?
Yeah,
okay?
I can tell you that the number one culprit for hiring contractors have been the government. I mean, they've always had contractors, but really a lot lately. And based on the previous jobs report, especially the number one employer who hired people was the government. Now think about it: if the government is hiring a lot of people, where does their revenue come from?
Yeah,
taxes.
Thank you. From whom? People who have a fucking job.
Yeah, taxes and also revenues they get from doing the service.
Okay, gentlemen, I just pulled up ChatGPT and I already put in my sample here.
What are you doing? We're working 4 or 5. I mean, 3.5 or 4.
I think it's 4.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 4. I just asked it, write me a simple person class in C# that includes the properties for ID, first name, last name, email, and phone. And this is a legit C# class. Public class, it means everybody can see it. A public integer. It has a get and set. Public string, first name, public string, last name, public string, email. Makes sense. Public string phone number. I would probably make that integer personally, but uh, personal ID. This is your constructor. How you create a class, and this is a basic class. Now, here's the kicker. It doesn't have to be in C sharp.
Yeah.
Oh, it can do it. Like, look, ChatGPT can do a lot of good things, but it needs someone to refine it and map out what you can really use.
Okay.
Let me know when I can talk. Let me know when I can talk.
Go ahead.
That is true, but the thing is, the problem was not that you don't need a programmer. It's how many programmers do you need?
That's true. That I agree with that.
That's why it can replace 4 out of 5 programs because you only need one
I agree
program.
with that.
And I can tell. Hold on, wait a minute. I can tell you this context right here is a console application. Hence that name console write line. That means it's writing. It's writing on on the command line. Oh, I didn't even mention this. They even added an override to string method, which is very underused feature in C#, but I don't see a lot of tutorials talk about. But very useful when you need to print something out very quickly.
It's going to copy what the best practice is for that particular application. So that's what it does.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and what a lot of people don't understand. I mean, I'm assuming a lot of y'all use ChatGPT, but the thing about it is, this is just the first thing. You can say, okay, I need you to do this now. I need you to add this. Can you give me some ideas about it? Like, you do it in the initial chat. Like, literally, I have multiple chats running. Like, I would ask. Well, let me go ahead.
Let them finish. Let them finish. But that's not the case that we were actually talking about. Go ahead.
Actually,
go ahead and finish.
But I'll answer your question. Go ahead and finish, Ed.
Okay, so my thing is that going back to the other part of the conversation with ChatGPT is when I was saying people literally, it's like a possession. I actually had this conversation literally at work with another manager where they're introducing like an AI thing at the job, and they literally just spazzed out. And I literally had to calm them down. This is a female. She literally had like an emotional reaction. And I said, look, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to just call her ma'am. I said, look, I understand where you're coming from. I respect where you're coming from, because she was giving all these answers about what it can't do, blah, blah, blah. But I'm telling you, pretend I put a computer in front of you, and it's like the 80s, and this is about to get pushed in mass people. That is literally what you're getting in front of right now. I say this for respect. It doesn't matter what you think. All this stuff about what you saying it cannot do, that's not true. It's already been tested. It wouldn't be in front of us right now in this meeting where we're at if that was not true. She had a panic attack.
But that's not the problem, okay? The problem is it might not be able to do it now. Okay?
Exactly. But the thing is that she literally had a panic attack.
Of course she did.
That's all I'm saying that to say.
Who's in the refrigerator?
Not me.
That's my bad. That's the equalizer. He's equalizing.
What you cooking, Salty? I know you cooking, man.
Yeah, real late.
So I'm saying all that.
You must have had a candygram coming home late, man. I know what's happening. Okay.
It is Saturday.
It is Saturday. He getting in. He getting in. Got to eat that snack for energy. Okay.
To answer your question. To answer your question, and we don't. Some of us don't use ChatGPT. We use something called Copilot.
Copilot,
GitHub Copilot.
Microsoft.
Hold on, let me finish. It actually reads the code you've written before on GitHub, and it actually is assistant for your code. It'll actually guess what you're trying to do if you name your stuff properly.
Yeah. The reason I had, and I actually told AB this, what 3-4 years ago, or 3 years ago, okay, might be 3-4 years ago, when the 3.5 first came out. I said it's not what it can do.
A year ago.
The thing is, how many people? Because normally when we have software, it's a team, right? It's a team of people. Maybe 5, maybe 10, maybe 50, maybe even 20 people, right? Okay.
Yeah, depending on the project,
Depending on the project. The thing is, how many people, how big a team do you need now to write the same kind of code?
Yeah.
And,
So, well, that's a big thing because I'll tell you. So, like when I work, I'm working with Theo on. I'm in a bunch of his classes. He's a monster with this, and he's working with one company that is kind of cracked the
Nothing
code
came out
on
new
how to
on
do.
chat.
What's
Go
up?
ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, he's working with one company that's kind of figured out how to use AI very effectively and use it to do a lot of stuff that they can swap out instead of having 50 people on a team. They only need, let's say, 15, right? And that's what you're talking about, right? And so, yeah, that 4 out of 5, that is going to play into it. But it's going to be how many people have the skills to actually understand what they're doing, understand what the mathematics, what the probabilities are. How does this thing actually work? And then how can you use it to be more effective? And
Yes.
there's only a handful of companies that are really doing it. The rest are doing like automations and inserting certain chatbots that are in there that are useful. And so like this I'll say like call it 50-50. Like 50% of the companies are using like chatbots that have been around for like 10 years and they've made improvements. But then there's another 50%, let's say, that are experimenting with stuff that can go to the next level. Whether they get there or not, that's going to be that's up in the air.
Well, the thing is, okay, because I've been looking at this shit, man, since '83, right? The thing is, when you get all these different little components that they make, okay, and start stringing them together, okay.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden you get an automated sequence, right? Say like I tell the story all the time, right? It used to be it took at least 2 or 3 weeks to get a credit card approved, right? Okay, had to be like maybe 10 to 14 people actually look at your credit card application, all from start to finish, right before you actually get your card back, right? Okay. With AI, it took literally less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's all algorithms.
It's all automated. Okay. So how many people did not see my application? None. Okay.
Yes.
How many people do I probably eliminated compared to like 10, 15 years ago? Probably about about maybe 10 to 14.
Yeah. That's and I don't know if you guys remember in the email chain I think like 2 months ago. I said we're gonna start seeing $100+ million companies with only 5 employees, 5 to 10 employees.
Yeah.
And the closest thing we got to that right now is Tether.
What it was a what is it? $10 billion company with 100 employees.
Yeah.
The profits of $2 billion a year.
Yep.
Yeah, with 100 employees.
What you're seeing right now is all the talent is going to be consolidated. All the talent is going to be consolidated because for those who can afford them, and then those corporations or industries or industries, those are going to thrive and be ahead of everybody. That's what's happening right now. That's why I keep on saying, like it's over. Like the speed of things changing right now, it's so fast. If you do not upscale, because
Quickly.
yes, with ChatGPT, yes, it's really not the system that's going to replace it. It's going to be those talented people who already have the knowledge, who are going to be on steroids using the chat.
And then you have a whole half of the world not using your talents or your skills at all. Okay, they used to.
So I just want to be clear when I make this statement. I'm not disagreeing with anything that you all are about to say.
Yeah.
What I'm adding to it is the reason why a lot of these people panic, because when the reality is one thing for Sauchi to say the words or you to say the words, but when the reality, but there's a difference between knowing what's in his head based on his experience and you hearing the communication. When the reality starts to hit with these people on this stuff, they literally go through a possession. That's the only way to really, even if they're
it's called denial. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And so this is, I see it. I've even had these conversations and some of the stuff, like this is trivial, by the way, but the art stuff, like that level of anger that they will get to the point where they literally hate even seeing an AI image. That level of anger that they get. I've seen art have it just in a small little microscopic way. It's this. Well, it's not the same. It's not the same. It's
It's not the same, but it's good enough.
Yeah, it's like to the naked eye of somebody watching it, and I'm not gonna argue with people with this, but they will have this thing. Well, it won't take over like everything, and I'm like, and at that point, I realize when people are like that, they're not trying to be convinced. They don't want the information. They just want to. They're in denial, and it's a really dangerous level of denial to your own personal quality of life because and this is usually why I'm gonna say this and I'm done. This is usually why I end it with. And I said this to my colleague. I said this is a competition thing now. And once that comes up, once it gets into that, it doesn't matter because it's if somebody doesn't do it, somebody else is going to do it. So it's a killer be killed thing.
Yes.
And so it's been like that. Because I told her, I said the truth is that a lot of your politicians on both sides of the aisle have actually been fighting. This is why I take this up. You've been saying just keeping this stuff out of the game. So it wasn't something that was just, okay, they just decided to input it to no. They were fighting this when they weren't fighting a lot of stuff. In fact, a lot of corporations are fighting this. However, this stuff got in, you could argue like a pandemic, and then now it's in the rules of competition. And so it's kind of like get on board and don't get on board.
You're talking about the thing is,
and then I brought up automation as well, saying that's been going on.
The thing is, I've been trying to get you guys ready for this big shift. Okay, so you guys at least be informed. Okay, whether you do anything with it or not, it's up to you. But at least when it comes, you know what it is. Okay, most of you people here, whether you like it or not, you already know what it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I've been telling you for the last damn near 10 years that this shit was coming, piece by piece by piece by piece. Okay.
Well, I'm not gonna lie.
Even down to the bricks, down to the jobs moving, down to them not needing services from us. I've been with every little piece. I've been telling you guys bit by bit by bit by bit. If you don't get it, you don't get it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I wouldn't have picked up ChatGPT, but I heard heard some stuff that you said, and it was a couple of other kind of events that kind of happened. And I use it. I use it every day for stuff that I do. And the more you use it, the more you realize. Because I literally got 30 chats, and literally, like I'll say this, and I am truly done. Like this is a trivial thing, but this is just to give an example. So there's like I have this YouTube channel that does this viral stuff. It's nothing has to do with what we do, and it requires a certain process. So I create the script. Literally, I go because I've done it for a while now. I literally just go in the chat and say, "Hey, chat, I got new details on a new video," and because it remembers all the other stuff I've been doing in that chat, it says, "Great, give me new details." I just key in the details. It literally gives me a script. If I needed to say, make it 20 seconds or make it knows how to do it because it can literally draw from the previous chat on that other chat, because that's something people don't think. People look at ChatGPT like a search engine, and it is, but it isn't, because you can have multiple chats on multiple different things. And obviously, if y'all doing Copilot with that stuff, I don't know anything about that, but I imagine that can do the same thing. So when you understand how
Copilot is AI, the same kind of LLM, it's just hidden.
So people just don't understand the speed in which, or even with the AI art stuff. Like I have all of these like prompts and stuff that I've done. I have like hundreds of prompts. I can modify them little by little. My point is, people don't really understand. If you're dealing with somebody like Sauchi saying that knows how to think in this stuff, with how this stuff works, the speed that you can move in, and I don't even know shit about art. That's the thing. Like the speed that you can move at this stuff, it's y'all, you don't know until you really mess with it in a real way.
Hold on.
I'll leave it at that. Appreciate it.
But this little program right here, I call it MT Studio. Stands for My Technology Studio. It's combination of stuff I've been working on over the years with C# and Copilot helped me write this.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, you would need 2 or 3 people to actually help you write it.
Yeah.
AB, let me explain something. As I saw that on Copilot, I was using it at first because it was requiring me to use Edge to use it, and then once they deployed it to Windows 11, it's in the system now. I do a little Photoshop and stuff, and I've messed with ChatGPT, and I do a little Photoshop myself. I'm not the best, but I took a couple of Photoshop images that I did, and then I put it into Copilot. I put it into ChatGPT, and I've also been using Gemini as well. And what I noticed about Copilot versus ChatGPT and versus Imagen, which uses the Gemini platform, Imagen is their art deal. And I noticed that Copilot is so strong with the art. When I uploaded the picture that I told them from the Photoshop, this is what I wanted to do, it gave me 4 options that were
because it's using image creator. So.
Oh yeah, dude, I literally have a paid thing a year, a 60 paid thing for Leonardo AI, which was just bought, by Canva and Canva, as their AI thing. And, like, look, the stuff that these companies can do with Canva and stuff, and Canva was already good with like taking people that don't really know nothing about technology, like art, and making it very simple to put together kind of post and stuff for company documents.
Here's some of my AI images.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's dope.
The thing is it perfect? But no, but it's more than good enough.
Well, and
well, that's what I was gonna say earlier, though, is that we've seen after mumble rap and trap rap, people are not looking. They don't necessarily need the best of quality because they actually started saying, "Well, the lyrics don't matter in rap, right? If you give them something good enough for them to roll with, they'll accept it. They're not looking for the highest quality
and a good beat, yeah.
So
and a good beat."
And here's the thing about these images he's putting up here, just to give you an example. These are good images. However, I can literally take these images right now and literally not do a prompt. Just put it, upload it, and press one button called upscale. Just press it, and it will literally upscale. Like all these people you see in the background, it will give them very strong detailed faces. It will give all the details of the foreground person. Now the one limitation that it has, the art stuff has now, is you have to know what you're doing to kind of put together multiple subjects.
Right.
So if you want to create like a comic book scene, but that can be modified if you know what you're doing with the stuff, because you just know how to put stuff here, there, and to make it work. But it doesn't do like a whole scene with multiple things going on its own. But you can get around that.
So instead of it taking you a year to make a months to make a comic book, you can do it in days.
Because truth be told, with those images, it would be nothing for you to put in there. Because people think, oh, you're just typing something. No, you can take that image and you can do image to image. You can do character to
not
image
only
now.
That, those of us who have the talent can cut some of these images out of their original and do stuff like this. My
It has to be good enough for 90% of the people. That's all.
And I'm gonna tell you what's really cool. Now, it's a couple of channels that I follow where they do AI video, but they have put together like some really good stuff like with it. And knowing how to put it. You do not have to be as good as you think you do. Because I don't come from an art background, and the stuff that I've been able to put together, because like is fire. Because the thing is, I know the prompt to kind of put layers above that. So if I need somebody to look like they're sweating, like to where it really looks realistic, if you know the cameras, for instance, if you know the cameras, if you go to ChatGPT, for example, and you go in a movie and say, what cameras do what's his name that did what's he did Batman, Dark Knight, all that, you know what I'm saying, everybody. Christopher Nolan.
Christian Bale.
If I say, okay, ChatGPT, what cameras do Christopher Nolan uses in his movies, what type of lens and stuff like that, I can literally incorporate that and then tell it to incorporate in a prompt. Then I have my prompt of the stuff I already want to talk about, and then combine it with that, and it'll literally give me that to look like it's a cinematic image, and it'll look like 10 times better in what ABD. And that's what you know when you start to learn how you understand the capabilities of it, and you apply this to any industry. And then not only that, we're not even talking about AI with like it's in the medical field when it comes to diagnosing your stuff, that's AI. That's not really you using a ChatGPT. ChatGPT isn't true AI like the AI stuff. That's just you still working and interfacing with it. Then we're not talking about the automations, and that's what I brought up with her too, talking about the cash checkout. That's not just one thing. That stuff was developed to the point where at first it could only take cash and a credit card. Now it can take, if you have partial cash and partial debit card, it can take both. They didn't always do that, so it's like this stuff has been going on.
Yeah, because now you have the You have the support systems behind it, okay, that you can't
Yes.
see to actually support
Yep.
it. Before you couldn't support it.
Now,
But Biden, one thing Biden did when he came in, all that shit with the Fed and the dollar and all that kind of stuff was all automated. Okay. He did all that shit in 2021, 2022. Okay, so he passed all these tax laws. Okay, to actually monitor banking systems. So now banks can do that at light speed. Okay.
And check it out with the Gemini guys. I actually, my NDA is up now, so I can speak about it without getting spanked. But I gotten a alpha. Basically, I was going to beta test here for Gemini, right? So that's Google's deal, and it actually they wanted to beta test one specific deal specifically for YouTube creators, right? So it's called Gems. It's called Gemini Gems. And like I said, NDA is up now, so I think I can speak about it without getting spanked too hard. So basically what they were doing is on the gem, it's called the YouTube ideation gem helper, basically. So what it does is that you type in, let's just say you have an idea for a video that you want to put on your channel. You can type in the title of how you want to do it. Then you'll give the description to the gem. Okay. And then you'll tell them, this is the type of video I want to do. You can put in that stuff like Ed was saying, the layers. And then like how AB was saying, if it's like for art, you can kind of feed it into that. And then once you start that chat, it remembers it. And the killer thing that I actually saw, because I'll use Copilot, I've used ChatGPT, and I've used Gemini. But what I noticed that for Gemini, as far as with YouTube creation and things of that nature, what I did notice that was more powerful was that in the gem creator, it can actually go into because it's Google, it can go into your YouTube video. It can get all of the data from it, the visual data, any music, any audio, the transcript, and it can basically break down everything in that video right there.
Yeah.
They're already at a point where they're rendering entire like cinematic, videos. I mean, it is realistic.
Yeah.
And I'd already seen it. I already knew about the company doing it. Then it was a few months ago. Then I remember Gigi it was Gigi and BGS. They were talking about it on one of Gigi's lives. And then Volvo's, their recent, not the car, I don't know if they did it with the car, but their most recent semi truck, the whole entire commercial was a rendering from them. This is where we are now. Like, people are so behind, they have no idea.
Oh yeah, if you're not implementing AI, you're gonna be in trouble.
Yeah, if you don't even deal with these understand what these applications are out here, because these companies are starting to buy companies and stuff like that when it comes to assets and stuff and put stuff together. I mean, yeah, and it's in every industry. People think, we talk about the art obviously AB, we talk about the coding, but it's in every industry. Like even when it comes to like paralegals, when it comes to all of that, because even when it comes to that, that's just regular like processing stuff. Even ChatGPT is now coming out with a search thing where it can literally go to the search engines and search like document. That's something that's already available for the $20 one and will be available for the free. Another thing, you get like 11 hits for free for the ChatGPT 4, and then it says you got to wait for 24 hours. So even if you don't,
right? Yeah, the memory it'll stop.
I want to get Lewis in here. What's going on, Lewis?
Share my screen right quick.
Sure. Hold on.
That's from ChatGPT.
Oh, wow.
Somebody want to read that?
BGS Itmore, Black Gnostic Speaks, and Black Men's Own Right, is a YouTuber and content creator known for his discussions on topics related to Black men, particularly within the context of the Black manosphere. His content often explores issues such as gender dynamics, relationships, social and economic challenges, and self-improvement from the perspective of Black men. BGS Itmore derives in topics like education, economic empowerment, and the broader social issues that affect Black men. He is known for his analytical approach incorporating historical, sociological, and philosophical insights in his videos. His content aims to provide guidance and support for Black men navigating various aspects of life while fostering a sense of community and understanding amongst his viewers.
Man, Chat GPT got a better deal than what Joy Reid would have said. My God.
And also
who
got
does
on
Wikipedia?
also Black Ram and Sergeant Willie Pete was on Chat GPT, and I had got their stuff.
Wow.
Yeah, that I
If you
mean
got
that.
enough content out there, it'll just go
Yeah,
find it
yeah.
and
That's I mean,
compile it. That's what
yeah.
Chat
Thank
GPT
you.
is really a giant compiler, and it uses the internet, and it can go. It's a computer. It moves lightning fast. Look. Last night I used Chat GPT 4 for the first time. I had it drawing images. I had it explain to me what kind of jobs you can get if you have a Python and Ruby coding experience. I had it write manuals
I would
for
focus
both
on
Ruby and
Python per se.
Python. I had it beginner's manuals for both of them. I had it create me a simple calendar application. It told me not just it showed me the code, told me how to use it, told me what the functions were, and then told me the other applications I would need to download in order to use it. This was my first time ever using it. This shit is a game changer. And do you know why I tried it? Because Young Grizzly got on there and he looked shocked in the last video he made about ChatGPT. And he knows what he do. He knows what he's doing when it comes to coding. And he looked stunned. He was at a lack for words.
Yeah, because somebody like Grizzly, because he has, it's just like, with me in marketing, I know the right questions to ask. I know the right follow-up questions to ask.
Right.
So it's kind of like, so he knows that with coding. I know that with marketing. So I can say, hey, come up with this. I know the audiences I'm trying to deal with. And so, and I know if I'm trying to go into a brand new audience, what questions I need to ask in order to learn that niche, learn where stuff is, make it take. That's why that search thing is a game changer too for me, because I can penetrate niches I might not normally want to deal with and get the information. Go through websites, say I need you to search this for this specific website. So I get what Jules was saying, that like you need to, if you're an expert in your field, then yeah, it's like getting
Yeah, you gotta take advantage.
It's like getting a Green Lantern ring. If you're somebody that you're in, like what Sachi was saying, like the creating effects and stuff, you already know what lenses are. That even if that's not your main thing, that's like a hobby, the questions to ask it, and if you know the capabilities of the platform, how to draw that out of it. It's details, and if you know the details, or where to get the details from, then you can 10x stuff. So you got that versus people that and here's the thing, this is on your phone. ChatGPT is on your phone. It's not just ChatGPT is not the only one. That's just the one I'm speaking on. But
no, it's not.
yeah, but so obviously there's ones that are more specific to the fields, like Copilot, for example, which I was talking about. And you have people that they are in a, what do you call it when they were breaking the machines, BGS, in
I was thinking that earlier. The laborers.
industrial day.
Luddite.
Yeah,
Luddite.
you got people on some Luddite shit. They don't even know what the fuck that is, and they don't even know even to be on that, because they're not breaking anything. They're just having an emotional reaction. These are people that are normally smart. And it's like, look, I get the reaction, but I'm not arguing with you about the sun fucking coming up, because that's literally what you're doing. And you're just being I'm not being dismissive.
Now you know how I feel. I've been living that life for 30 years.
Because here's the thing, I never disagreed with what y'all was saying initially with the chat when y'all was first bringing this up a couple of years ago. But that was just something I just didn't speak on, because I'm like, all right, I'll pick that up if I pick it up. And then, I picked up the art thing first, because I wanted to see if I could mess with these pictures, stuff like that. And then I was able to do what I was able to do. And then ChatGPT, I started using for different stuff. And like I said, just type YouTube on different stuff, and there's YouTube videos that'll show you how to do a lot of different stuff with a lot of these apps, the top apps and all that. Like Zapier too is another one where people are putting together these processes, for sales funnels and stuff like that. And if you know what you're doing, it's like I said, as a small business owner, type mentality, you can do a lot. It used to be that you could only make so much money on your own because you could only do so much on your own. Where the technology was to where it is like now with what you can do on your own hour per hour, if you focus and you know what you're doing and the process has become the same, it's insane.
Yeah, even the trading. I've seen some of these AI models that were trading, and the guy had made it. And when he originally made it, he put it out for free, but it made so much money. I went and looked at it. One of it was like 1,000%, and he was making like I think $35 average per trade. And it was so good that it had wound up being like 5,000% trading like alpha. And a lot of these guys start charging big money for access to use their algorithms. And those algorithms, whether that trade, let's say that let's say that particular company or that particular crypto, it was using it for crypto as well. Even if it's up or down, the AI knew on average to get $35 on the swing, whether it was up or whether it was down. And they start paying big money just to even use it.
Well, the high frequency traders have been on this shit for like well over a decade now. So
yeah,
I mean, in our space, it's kind of like old news. And again, this is another reason why I generally do not recommend guys get into trading, because it's like if you ain't got the talent, or if you don't have the time, especially if you ain't got the money, you're just not. It's just not gonna happen for you. Sorry, you're not gonna beat the algorithms. You're not gonna beat the market. You're not gonna beat the less than 10% of people who are actually good.
Yeah, you can only swim with the sharks. You can't beat them.
Yeah, you should focus. Yeah, focus it on something else that like people are not open on it, because people always getting into trading and they always act, and it's like, yo, the people that are in that are in that.
Yeah, you got to. It's like that fish game. You got to keep eating fish until you become a shark or whale.
And the question becomes, are you willing to do that? And most people are not willing to do that.
It takes time. Everybody's not suited for it.
Yes, sir.
Hey, if you can pull this up, AB, this is one that I literally just created this with a picture I already had. I ran that through. It's a thing. It's a AI thing called Lumadream. And I literally ran that through Lumadream. That's something I created with a picture I created. I got one more and that's it. This one isn't as complicated. But the thing y'all gotta understand is, if this is like just B-roll and a clip, like for a couple of seconds in a overall whole video, that's what people aren't thinking about. People think, okay, this stuff's supposed to last like 30, 40 seconds in one clip. But most of your clips don't do that. Most of your clips on any commercial, any video, it's only a couple of it's only 5 or 6 seconds. So the question is, can you run this through multiple things? Say, I need to do this, and then it just needs to last 4 or 5 clips. And then and then you can put together overall narrative. Another thing people will do is if they're creating like videos, they'll have it pan out. It's a lot of stuff to get that effect that people don't think about, because they just think it's just one whole shot for like however you see that shot, but that's not true, because the attention span is not there with us anymore. So stuff clips out every 3 or 4 seconds to cut into a new thing. That's true for movies. That's true for anything that's shown, but people don't think about that. So
right.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
Some of the zooming and the panning, you could take just a static image, and sometimes that static image, just with the zoom, it adds movement. And that draws the eye attention, especially for attention span. When you're dealing with video, the attention span is big. Static image is one thing, but when it's moving, it's engaging that viewer to stay there longer just by those couple of seconds. So you have to.
Another thing people don't think about too is like another thing that not ChatGPT, but the art ones like Midjourney and stuff used to have a problem with is text. They pretty much have corrected that now, because they got engines just for that within the system. So that was one they weren't dealing with. Another thing is AI editing. When you edit a photo. So if you want to add something to the photo, but it's not like a whole generated photo, you're just marking something and knowing how to edit stuff. Once you know the words and the language you use and stuff like that, like you can completely manipulate it. So it's not just, okay, you draw this picture and that's what it is. You can draw it, edit it, and then upscale it till you get what you want, even if you're adding like whole different stuff to it. That was kind of that cutout. So like a lot of times you could maybe the AI can generate the person and kind of the subject in the background, but the scene may not be that great if it's a subject or foreground. What you can do is generate a scene independent of that, then cut out the AI, cut out the foreground thing, and then you just merge them together in one. So it's a lot of stuff. And my point in saying all of this, as when you deal with whatever the field is, as you mess with it, casually mess with it, because what you have to do with your work is, your processes, you get better very rapidly at what it can do, what you can do with it, to the point where you can just fire off stuff. Like, for last thing I'm gonna say, the memes. BGS talks about memes a lot. Like, you can easily create like with that bear versus man thing. I have like literally bear versus man memes that I was able to create in cartoon effect and stuff like that. And I was just able to fire them off. So you put X amount out there and see which one sticks. Political cartoons. You can do this at a mass level, because it's just a matter of how fast you can think of it. And here's another thing. You're not starting all these prompts from scratch. You take pieces of prompts. So let's say there's like detailed prompts of certain details that you want, maybe like a Boondocks cartoon, stuff like that. You learn how to put that stuff together almost like Legos in order to create a certain kind of consistent kind of effect with stuff. So it doesn't, it's
But
fast.
hold on, wait a minute, Ed. We're low information voters. We're not supposed to know this kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, and you can tell like, and this is the funny thing about, because remember what Obama did with politics, where he just brought email addresses into the game.
Right.
Just having an email address, and yes, a lot of the internet marketers that deal in politics are more libertarian, so they were able to catch up. Now I think they're better. They're way better than the Democrats now on that. Which
the Republicans have catch up too. That's why you're seeing a lot more early voting from them.
And now you're getting text.
Yeah, so well, the problem with the Democrats is the Democrats have this limiting liberal bullshit versus
they're arrogant. They're fucking arrogant.
Because the Republicans have had to learn how to move their people, because the way their primaries are, they know how to speak to their people even if they're bullshitting them to get them to move. Versus Democrats tell you what you're supposed to think. Like with all this abortion, rather than reaching down. By the way, Kamala just got CNN called her out for doing two different messages as far as the Israel and Palestinian thing. So in Michigan, she's doing a message talking about, stuff that the Arabs would like to hear, as far as the deal that we're going to end it, deal with it, versus Israel. She's doing a different message. It's a very pro-Israel message, and CNN called her out for that.
AB, what Ed was saying about specifically when he was talking about the images, have you noticed on Copilot, when you do some of those images, just like what Ed was saying, have you seen where when you do an image prompt in there, where actually after they've done the prompt, if you click the image, you can actually hover over parts of that image, and you can click that part alone, and then it'll have a prompt and say, what do you want to change? It could be the arm. Let's say it's the arm of the character, or let's say it's the background, like Ed was saying. You can click that, and they'll say, well, what do you want to change about that? And it'll change that on the fly. You can just click on it. It'll actually highlight it.
Yeah, MGTOW Universe had like a 3-hour thing on Midjourney alone. I downloaded it. I never watched it. I should have. I liked a couple of minutes of it. It is really good for somebody that doesn't know anything.
Right.
But like, I mean, me personally on that front, and I do this like it's a hobby. I actually have like a Patreon to actually, subscribe, have people do subscriptions to that, but to my stuff. But literally, it's light years ahead of what he was doing. But what he was doing is good for beginners. Let me see. I want to show. Let me. Where is this? I want to show one more thing, and then I'll leave the art thing alone. But just to show some people something, if you can pull this up.
Oh, hold on, wait a minute. I'm sitting here doodling. Let me see.
Oh, that's dope.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you look at this, and this is the man versus bear thing that I was talking about.
Okay.
Right? This is what the prompt, stuff like that, different ways you can manipulate it.
That picture is funny.
This was a while ago. And this is just stuff I never even put this out. Like, this is some of it I put out, but most of it I didn't. So this was just stuff I was able to do with a click of a button.
They always wanted to call a bear, so I mean,
1-800 call a bear.
Yeah.
And this is AI generated too. I just added it to it.
You gotta put Smokey the Bear in there. You gotta put Smokey.
Yeah. So, and this is just the, as like the people and stuff. So I have like massive amounts of accounts and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, and by the way, y'all, like I mean, this is a secret. Y'all can actually create multiple accounts. Technically, I have a paid $60 version, so I'm able to do a lot. But even with those free accounts, you can do a lot of stuff. Because I know Passport RG was asking that. He was saying it only gives him a couple. But that's just off that. The reason too is you can put political cartoons together, and you know how to put stuff together. That's just the art stuff. That's just a hobby thing. So,
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at now the other stuff, when I use ChatGPT on, it's mainly for marketing research processes, stuff
Right.
like that. Combining documents, and there's applications that do specific things. Like you can, where it's a lot of different stuff, and it is where the future's going, man.
By the way, I got 147 watching. Y'all like, share, subscribe. Hit my Cash App. Support the show. Hit the Super Chat. Support the show. Are you not entertained? Are you not learning things that you're probably not going to get anywhere else on the Black Manosphere?
No, you will not.
Andre said that ain't a secret. No, nobody knows it. Like, okay, Andre. Okay, I'll leave it.
So I've been thinking, especially with the AI and automation and Chat GPT, especially after what I saw, I'm seriously considering getting into dispatching, because it seems like anything else, if you're not already at an expert level, even if you use Chat GPT, basically at this point, you need to have you need to be an expert at something that you can implement Chat GPT into, and Chat GPT isn't going to help me drive this goddamn truck. So I'm
At
need
least
to
not
get out.
yet.
Right, at least not yet. But even by the time you get to like, and I believe that we're gonna have a part where they're probably you're gonna be able to add some sort of automation to your vehicle, to your truck. But I think I'm gonna have to start getting into dispatching, and that can be something that I can actually add Chat GPT to hyperdrive my production. You get what I mean? Because this shit is coming. After what I did last night, that's some scary shit.
Yeah.
We have AI. We have AI ordering. They took over the ordering for our stores.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. What I
So they're going through and doing the first in, first out, and minimal levels, and it's just ordering based on that.
What the thing is, ordering is basically repetitive, right? For like 90% of what you order is repetitive, right? And what is AI really good at? Figuring out what your patterns are.
Trends. Patterns.
It's a pattern, and plus they're already it's already anchored into your cash system, right? So when you actually type in or actually scan something, right, a product, right, it automatically goes into the database. So as you read it and say, when you set certain parameters, okay, it's time to order a certain amount of things according to just in time.
Our system is called Blue Yonder. And what it does, it even has all the files of all historical movements during every sales a week. Like, let's say we have a large box of Honey Nut Cheerios, and they have all the historical records of it. So let's say we run it in November, and it goes through our past 5 years of the movement during November, and it will order through with that.
What you're seeing is a lot of these corporations, they're basically hiring Juleses, right? A bunch of Jules who can, use these programs for data analysts and to extract all these large farms of stats and organize them to make their company more effective, and basically to make management more effective on the decisions that they make. So now it's forcing management to, one, step up their game, and two, to be to keep their finger on the pulse of the market. So now they have to be more agile. So that's what I was saying earlier. Like, if you're not keeping up, like, you're done. You're just it's just not individuals, it's corporations as well. So like, if everybody is, for the most part, that's what I'm saying, all the talented people, they've already adjusted. We've already adjusted. It's already gone.
Yeah.
And
I would tell any brother, even if you're a hater of mine, I would tell any brother, you better take advantage of this AI shit now, because once it takes hold, well, it's already taken hold.
Yeah.
You're not going to catch up. I can tell you, you're not going to catch up.
Yeah, that's kind of
I don't care
one.
what field you're in. You're not going to catch up if you don't start using this stuff now.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons too, where when people want to poo-poo passport bros and be like, "I'm gonna be in my little, quasi dimension," I'm like, the world is moving regardless. I mean, we didn't start this globalization train.
Nope.
This was
Sure
done.
didn't.
This was done in the '90s. This stuff like with NAFTA and like everything, they always say, "Well, it's just gonna be this," and then it turns into something else. Because truth be told, the globalization stuff wasn't even started then. That was just when it
Mm-hmm.
got pushed to the public, where it got kind of normalized. And so what I would tell people when it comes to ChatGPT is this: like, look at what you do, either what are processes you either in your job or what are the processes you do and whatever hobbies that you do. Look up YouTube videos that talk about that plus AI so you get familiar with it, and then deal with those subsequent apps, mess with them, and then because I'm saying all this because it's a difference between talking to somebody that doesn't use it and then somebody that kind of messed with it once or twice, and then somebody that uses it like on a every other day basis, and they're used to using it. It's like if I tell you all about new features in Microsoft Word or PowerPoint, y'all may not use that, but y'all know what it
Mm-hmm.
is. You have used it, or if I tell
Right.
you, you know what I'm saying? Is that Pete? This is you haven't used it, you are using it.
You,
So you need to, so y'all need to get into that point first, because y'all can't even truly process what Saucy is saying. Y'all can't process what I'm saying. Y'all can't process until y'all actually start using it and seeing the value of it in what you do. And if y'all don't, I mean, just understand, you got people coming here, immigrants, you got people already here, the talented folks like Saucy's talking about, folks that definitely know what they need to do to catch up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so I mean, believe it or don't believe it, but it's happening
But
whether you ready or not.
hold on. Gotta have a little fun here. To Salchi's point, we don't have time for heifers who think like this.
Black women are making it
Not necessarily just the girl in the background, but this heifer right here.
They love black women, but they do not like us. And that's a problem. And I think the biggest problem is we don't care. That doesn't bother you? That they don't?
Black women have progressed.
Okay, keep telling yourself that lie.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. It's not that we don't care and we have bad attitudes. It's that we have progressed.
Progress to what?
Into what
Hold
exactly?
on, wait a minute. Progress to what? Your suicide rates are climbing. You're becoming the face of the homeless now. You progress to that. Is that what you call progressing?
No, AB,
Okay.
when they say progress, they're saying that they're above blackness.
I know.
They
I
think
know.
they improved. They think
I
they
know.
improved.
But
I'm
We're
saying that
starting
more for the
businesses.
audience. Yeah.
We're building wealth. We're leading in entrepreneurship.
These are our
Oh
queens.
my God.
All of these things are factually not true.
Salty, how much debt are they
Exactly.
in? Since they said they're entrepreneurs, you would know better than us. How much?
They don't lead. They may lead in registering LLCs, but in terms of income, they're at the bottom. In terms of business owners, they're at the bottom. They have the highest student loan debt. Like I'm saying, like they're not. I said this like years ago. They're not winning on anything that has anything to do with progression at all.
Exactly.
It's just
We're leading
facts.
in home ownership. We
Oh, you think that's a flex now? What's the average price of a home? 400. Okay.
Okay.
are leading in degrees.
Okay.
No, they're
Black
not.
women have
Not
progressed.
worthwhile degrees.
Well,
And
what
we're
she's
not
saying,
waiting for black men to catch up. Black women are no longer waiting for a black man's approval. We don't
So what?
black
care.
women were never waiting for a
We're
black
not
man.
waiting around
Men's approval in the
for
first.
black men to love us.
Okay.
We
We're
don't
traveling. We're
care.
solo
Hold on. Let us talk.
traveling. We're going to different countries. Black women are
Well,
not waiting around for marriage and for black men to love.
that's to your point, BTS. They don't want to get married.
Well, I know they don't. But the thing is, the point is that what they starting to realize, black men don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
On them and care for them. We don't care. We make more
Yes, you
money
do.
without them. I know entrepreneur black women who are bringing in 6 figures per month, and
Okay.
that's without
And
Okay. So what? Okay.
And
Well,
even
telling black.
go ahead, Salty.
even if and that's a small case. It's less than 10%. Even if they are, I guarantee you that's top line. That's revenue. Because remember, on the side, I do the tax shit.
Mm-hmm.
So when everything's said and done, they're not making that cut. I promise you, this is all bullshit. The percentage of people who actually make money is so small, and black women is even smaller. It's not hating on them. It's just a fact.
Yeah. AB, there's
one at a time, y'all.
Go ahead, Ed.
There's a video, and if you click on the comment section, she did a response video to this. It's just a girl did a response video to this video.
Yeah,
but basically, this is also when I talk about this is a narrative. It's not the facts don't matter. What matters is like, especially when you understand with TikTok, this is like an echo chamber where they both gas each other. This stuff. My thing that I would say to this is this: if all of this was true, y'all would not be. It's like a fat chick talking about I date a white person now. I'm like, you know what? Like a fat black woman. I'm like, you know what? More power to you if. You know what Gabby Sidibe? The reality is, like, you all tell on yourselves when y'all get angry about passport bros, when y'all get angry about certain stuff black men are doing, where essentially black men are really just talking to each other, spreading information. When y'all input your own stuff to the point where other races of women have to get involved because y'all are wilding out that much. When y'all are saying that y'all want white women because y'all are colors and all that, none of that should matter if y'all have moved on. When women move on, women are very indifferent. You know, now granted, this video is a response to "It's Just a Girl," but not black men. To be fair, but that's
your comment, man. Okay, whatever, go be happy.
Yeah.
No, so what?
Yeah, I respond. Okay, whatever, go be happy.
Go be. Oh yeah, I'm saying is go be happy. You know, and that's what the I think he was not bartender, but what the restaurant manager was saying. Hey, you know, we're no longer aligned. Okay. Yep. If you can find men that will take you and keep you safe and help you prosper, I think it's time for you guys to go look for those kind of guys.
I still think you need to put that on. We're going to have to get a T-shirt for BGS. There are 4 billion other coochies in the world on the face of the earth. Why should we do it?
That's starting to spread. In fact, you know, sign language, there's a whole bunch of stuff means are starting to spread.
Man, Mr. G
was black women is a
go ahead.
Problem. 2 things. That black men are disliking us is crazy when black women are leading. Okay. They're leading the homes. They're leading financially.
And what's the state of the black community?
They're leading because black men have stepped down a long time ago. And that is the truth.
We didn't step down from shit.
So why are you talking to us? Okay, if you did it, you can do it by yourself. You're leading. Okay, basically, my thing is
black men have given up a long time ago.
Okay, so you're talking to women, right?
And see, I know that we want to sit here and paint the perfect picture of black love. Oops.
Okay.
But black love don't exist no more. Black women have expanded on love. And it's beyond it being black.
Yeah, it don't.
Oh, so she want to go to. She was a divester. Okay.
Well, yeah.
Okay, so look, but hold on.
Go ahead.
One at a time, y'all. Go ahead.
It's two things here. It's two things.
No, what's the first one?
First off, when you're happy where you are, you don't go back to if you're happy not living in the hood, you don't go back to the fucking hood and talk shit to people living in the hood. You just stay over there where you're happy at, right? So she's not happy wherever the fuck she is. Secondly, if she had a man, that man would not want her coming over here talking shit to us when she should be focusing on them, because if you're still thinking about us, you're not thinking about him, which means you're not ready to move on.
The thing is, does she own a home? Does she make 6 figures a month?
No, look, I'm gonna tell y'all something. A lot of these chicks are just flat out fucking.
I know what I'm saying is she's saying that black men have stepped down and we don't need them anymore, and black women are educated, they own homes, they make 6 figures a month. Is she one of those people?
Well, if she does make 6 figures a month, and if she does own a home, is she caught up on payments? Regardless of what she owes, how much debt she in, yada yada yada. The 3 things that she mentioned, does she have them? Does it apply to her? Right.
Does it apply to her? Because we have a whole lot of chicks making $30,000 a year using the 5% of women as examples.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, no, she says she knows somebody that makes 6 figures a month.
I know somebody that's worth $20-30 million liquid. Okay, that doesn't mean anything to me. Okay, because that's not me. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything to me. Okay, several guys that 7-figure guys, but that don't mean shit to me because it's not me.
And notice how whenever they say they're leading, notice how they only compare themselves to black men. You
Well, of
notice
course.
that? So
Yeah,
let's
because who else are they going to compare themselves to?
exactly. So they're not leading in nothing.
The NPR published an article about the falling enrollment rates of black men in HBCUs. I'm
And
honestly not even going to talk about the content of the article because I truly do not care. What I want to know is why y'all are still crying behind failed men who have let it be known that they do not want to ever do better. It does not matter how much money and encouragement you throw toward men who have already decided that they do not want to and that they do not have to do better. Black males have always been rare occurrences on college campuses unless they have a ball
That's
in
a
their
goddamn
hands.
lie.
Which, by the way,
In other words, okay, if you're leaders of the community, you're supposed to make the community better. What the fuck are you doing about it? And that's the problem. You're too busy competing against us instead of trying to help your counterpart.
Which, by the way, I'm detecting tether.
Because white, it doesn't matter. It does. I could tell you, African. If these are African women from the continent, they wouldn't stand for this shit. Okay.
Yeah, and what black men?
African, I can tell you, South, you can tell you, okay? African women would not stand for you abusing and basically putting their boys backwards. They wouldn't stand for this shit. They wouldn't.
These males have.
Well, yeah, that's true. I'm talking about as far as getting here, because those two people.
What black men would sit there and say that even let's say, for example, a black man that goes to a HBCU, which we know for sure that black women are well counted at HBCUs, but even let's say that they were not. What black man do you know would get up there and say, "Oh yeah, ain't no black women up here, and we don't want them here"? Man, we never will.
Well, what I'm saying, because this is something I'll have to go back and find her, because this is a chick that was a professor, right? And she went to HBCUs in the fucking 50s, okay? In the 50s, it was 3-1 back then, okay? It hasn't changed. What I'm saying is, and this is why I put my shit about the gynocracy matriarchy, right? Okay. Even a fucking African matriarch, they will not let you abuse their boys. Okay, they won't. Okay, this is the only culture that actually puts their men second and steps on them and brags about it. Okay, it's only one. Okay, I can tell you, Saoirse can tell you, his African mother would not allow him to be abused and placed second. She would not. Okay.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I may be wrong because I'm not salty.
Well,
you're not.
This is just to go to show you how crashed out. Because I even went in the comment section in here, and I pretty much I didn't even go in. I just went and said the facts. Fact of the matter is, white men are not going to school like they used to be, because we understand unless you're going to get trained in like very good skills, this stuff is trash. The reality is most of the money when it comes to black men are in the blue collar trades, so which aren't degreed up, and that's how it's always been. So that's a big reason. So even factually, like what they're saying is wrong. But again, when you look at the response, not even from her, from others, they want to be in their little narrative. Their narrative is they are above black men because they are above
which black men? Because you won't see them talking shit. You won't see a Nigerian woman talking shit about her Nigerian man.
Well, yeah.
No, hold on a second. Will you? Okay. Or Kenyan woman talk? No, not even behind their back.
Well, what the Nigerian?
Would you see where have you ever seen a Nigerian woman talk about a Nigerian man being lazy? Hold on, can I finish?
Yes.
Whenever you ever seen a Nigerian woman talk shit about how Nigerian man be no good, not hard working, not trying hard enough, not being educated, shit like that. Okay, when they come here, they're not talking about them. They're talking about you. Because they can.
They're not talking. Yet you're right. They don't say Nigerian. What they say is black, which is because it is understood. They're talking. That's what I was going to say.
They're talking about African. They're talking about African American men. Is because they can. They talk shit about you when they get it. They're not talking about their men. Okay.
Yes. I never said they did.
Come back to that point. What you were saying about the African diaspora women. The matriarchs, even like my grandmother, when she was born in 1920, she would never do that. She would never do that. Even though she might have had problems with, men in her past, she would never let anyone speak down upon her people. Exactly. Her sons, her grandkids, especially the males. She's not going to have that.
Well, I mean, the biggest reason why.
But she would put a boy in the fields and send her daughter to school, though.
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, so we got.
You won't see that in the African family. They'll send the boy first, okay?
Yes.
everybody was in the field back in them days. Everybody
No, no,
had to go
no.
to the
No,
field,
they
right?
weren't.
Everybody,
How old are
had.
you? How old are you, man? How old are you?
I'm 40.
Okay, where'd you come from?
I'm talking about in Mississippi.
No, you're Mississippi. Texas, Louisiana, right? Guess what? I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Go back in history. They sent the girls to school first. What's her name? That wrote Toni Morrison, right? Okay, her brothers had to work to send her to school.
Okay,
Yeah, if they can, I get what you're. If they can send, hold on, let me ask you this: if they could, I get if they cannot send anyone to school. That's what you're saying. But if they can send someone to school,
is gonna be the girl.
Who's going first? If
the girl.
one person can go to school, who's going first?
Back then, right? We all was the North flight. We was all leaving, right? So everybody left and went up
You're
north.
not answering the question.
Can I explain something to you, bruh? Okay, I'm older than you. I've seen this shit, man. That's bullshit. They always sent the girls first in the Black African American community.
I gave you a say. Like what you're. All I'm saying is what you.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Specifically, what, man?
Specifically,
what did your mother do for a living? Because I was talking to my mother today. What did your mother do for a living when she was young?
Okay, I'm gonna give you an explanation here. So everybody went up north, right? The brothers, right, who escaped the Jim Crow because we wasn't having that. My uncles, they all went up north because the jobs up north, right? So they actually went up there. A lot of them, most of all of them, went to the military, and then we're
talking about college.
Right. So when they got out,
let him finish, man. Let him get it out. Okay.
They went to college. My aunts and my mother, as a juxtaposition, they went up north and they were more like teachers. It was the easier job.
They were teachers, huh? Right. So they were teachers. So they had to go to school for that, right? Didn't they?
Right, and they had to go up north because at that time, Mississippi Valley State, which is our HBCU, they had just became accredited, and a lot of the people did not want to go there either. They went up north to go and get the schooling. Some of them went to Minnesota. A lot of them went to Chicago.
So the majority of people that were actually educated in your family, were they male or female?
My uncle went to Minnesota. He was a Golden Gold.
And what I'm saying is, okay, what question did I just ask you? What question did I just ask you? Repeat it back to me. What question did I ask you?
They all went to college. Every single one of them, they went to college, males and females. They all went to college. The ones that stayed in Mississippi, those ones didn't become as much successful as the ones who went up north, but they also were mostly teachers. The males
so in other words, in your family, all the kids went to college.
Yes, sir.
So all of them, all the relatives, they all went to college.
So
that's rare.
So you're 40. Hold on. So you're 40. No. Your generation. Are they all in school?
My particular generation?
Yes. I'm 30. I just turned 38 yesterday. I'm in the same age bracket. You talk about your parents, your generation.
My generation, most everyone went to the military. The males, we had 2 or 3 of our female cousins that went Air Force. The one was Navy, and most of the males would go to either the Army. We had one brother that was my motherfucking ace. He went to the Navy as well.
So did they end up going to school though? After?
Yeah, they came home. They went to HBCU. A lot of them went to Jackson State. A couple of them went to Mississippi Valley. You know what I'm saying? That was our. Someone went to Alcorn. That was HBCU. So
and your mother and father and some uncles were probably boomers, right?
Yeah, my mother and father definitely boomers. Yeah,
they're boomers. What I'm talking about, I'm a boomer, right? Okay, my mother and father are basically silent generation. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm talking about historically. Okay. Now, boomers, basically that's post civil rights. That's probably why more of them actually went to college. But even still, okay, it was 3-1 back then.
Well, I mean, a hustle. I mean, let's see this. Okay, let me.
What I'm saying is, what I'm trying to emphasize is, even if she's a freaking tether, okay. Mm-hmm. When she's talking about black men, she's not talking about her men. Can I finish? Jesus, okay. What I'm saying is, she's not talking about her men. She's talking about us.
I didn't
Not,
mention the tether thing because I was saying she was talking about her men. Yes,
I mentioned the tether thing. Okay, you did say tether, didn't you?
yes, but I didn't mention it for that reason.
I
Like
know.
I know she's talking about our ass.
What I'm saying is because all over the planet now, what do you have? You have what they call flat blackness, right? Okay. UK, I don't care where you come from. If you have Africoid features, you're black, right? Okay. So now we have a whole bunch of people that don't come from our experience or from our culture, call themselves black. So actually differentiate. So when she says black, you have to say which black is she actually talking about? Is she talking about us, African Americans, or is she talking about the whole diaspora?
Oh no, because they're scared of their men. I already know. Whenever they're talking shit, I already know they're not talking to Sauchi. That's automatic because they're scared of them. Like they know they will be dealt with by, like you said, fuck the men. They'll be dealt with by the females doing that. Really first because you're fucking up the game plan even with that. But going, so I hear
So
that. Like, I don't even assume.
So when you say tether, you have to say who she's actually talking about. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think that goes. I personally, I thought everyone else saying.
No, it does not. Trust and believe, man. For the past month, and Sachi can tell you, for the past month, it hasn't gone without saying. We just had Hammer on saying the same shit, right?
Okay. I have never heard them talk shit about their own men. So if I say tether, I'm automatically. I've never seen them talk shit, and then they say their own men in front of that. I've just never. In fact, like Hammer, if you ask them who they are, what ethnicity they represent, a lot of times they don't even want to tell you. Like I'm not saying everybody's like that, because I don't doubt you will, but a lot of times they won't tell you, especially if they're full of shit. Like they act like you asking them some real private information.
No, because you can go back and look at where they came from and examine their culture. Okay, and they don't want to happen. And then the air superiority goes.
Yeah, but yeah, that's true. But as far as comments, I'll say this: look, we get it. Like your personal family got the. I don't call it the hustle, the game plan of y'all going to military, and that's a smart game plan. So kudos to them for having that game plan. But everybody doesn't join the military.
Which for the boomers, especially after 1950, the military did open up. That's something that what's his name, Eisenhower, and then Johnson, and then hold on. And then what's his name actually opened up. So the boomers that was actually open. It wasn't open in the 40s. Okay, very very few. Okay, but the boomers because of civil rights, all that shit actually opened up. Because you couldn't get the GI Bill before as a military guy in the 40s. Okay, 40s and part of the 50s. After civil rights, you actually could. So the boomers actually opened up.
But the problem is that stuff runs interference. That's like some COINTELPRO stuff on the low, because it's understood what we're talking about. We are talking about if only one people can start going, they prioritize our girls. So nothing in the story he gave basically discounted that. It's we're gonna take my situation and make it the majority situation. We know the majority of black men are not in the military, so we know this. So this is I only want to point
and most black men that go to the military don't go to college. Okay,
and this is why I wanted to point out that as black women don't have this problem, because what'll happen is they're not going to hear you out. They'll just kick you out the group and shame you. Hold
on, wait a minute, gentlemen. Daylight saving time was today.
Yes.
Is it? Okay.
Sunday they changed it up or something. AB, didn't they change it up?
Yeah.
Look, that's right. I'm looking at my clock. As I said, it's 1:29. Like, wait a minute, that's not right.
So he said, yes, like catch up. I told you.
But didn't they change it?
Whatever. But anyway, continue.
It changes every year.
Well, at least you're brave enough to ask the question. I was looking at my clock and I didn't say shit. I was like,
hey,
maybe it's just me talking.
So it needs to be understood. It needs to be understood that when we speak here, we're speaking in generalities, and people have to understand that it's not about you specifically. But also, y'all wasn't asking. Look, he know that he was talking about they all went to college, but the point was the girls from the boomer generation were sent to college. The men had to go to the military and earn their way to college. That's the point that was being made. Generally speaking, you're talking about ADOS families. The girls get prioritized when it comes to college. Generally speaking,
the boomers were the one generation of men that actually started to catch up with the girls. Okay, and then after 1980, all that shit fell off.
Yeah. So I mean,
but that wasn't my I'm not disagreeing with you on that. You're absolutely correct because they did go to the
Well,
military
no,
for
but
sure.
the reason I said that, the reason I pointed that out is because that's what he was trying to ask you. He just didn't. He didn't format it that way. I was
Yeah,
just
that's okay.
clarifying what he was asking you.
I think I may have not gave the full context when I was saying about the fields. When I had to learn who was, grandma said, nah, everybody had to work. The girl, your mama worked in the field. Everybody had to work in the field. That's how it was. Then when they got grown, when they could leave, right? Because everybody was pushing everybody out of Mississippi at that time. You had to leave, right?
Like,
And that,
I'll give an example. And this is something my mentor said. Okay. There was a school bus. Okay, picking up the. Ooh, goddamn. There's a school bus back in the day picking up the kids to go to school. Right. Okay. The white man stopped the bus. Right. Okay, and said, "I want all my hands off this bus." Okay. All the
okay,
little black boys had to get off the goddamn bus and go to the fields. Right. Guess who did? Guess who didn't?
The girls.
the girl.
The girls. Okay. There's one guy. I wish I could find the video. Right, somebody sent it to me. Right, where he was in sixth grade. He was in school. Right, and his mother left his father. Okay, left his father with like four
What year
kids
was
or
this?
something like. That. So what?
What year was this?
Well, he's old, so it's probably like the 1940s or something like that. Okay,
Gotcha.
if I can finish telling the story, it'd be cool. Okay, and what happened? His mother ran off with another dude. Right. Okay. And so he's home. He's farming, and he's got four kids without a wife. Mother ran off with another dude, right? She got pregnant, and then the baby died within her, right? So basically, you have a baby died
Right.
inside her that's dead, okay?
Stillborn.
Stillborn, not even stillborn. No, the baby died. It's not even stillborn, okay?
Okay.
Died, okay. And so the dude that was with her, he bounced, okay. So she came back to dad, okay. And since he needed a wife, because he got four fucking kids, right? So he
Right.
go to the white man and said, "Hey, my wife, you need to go to the doctor because she got this baby that's dead inside of you need to get the baby out, right? So she can live. Otherwise, the baby's she's gonna die too, right?
Right.
So basically, so what the white guy said, so you got that big boy that's like 11, 12 years old in sixth grade, right? He don't need no more schooling. You send that boy to me so it can work for me. I'll send your wife to the doctor.
Yes, sir.
That's the shit that used to happen, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
That's the shit that
yeah,
happened.
yeah. I mean,
Toni Morrison said the exact same thing.
Yeah.
A lot of times they did not want their daughters to actually work for Miss Ann and Mr. Charlie in a house because shit would happen, right? So what they would do, the boys would work and find jobs, and they would always send the girls to school.
Yeah, and
But even
when I worked at Dixie, which is a place called Dixie, is a tobacco factory in Mississippi, right? This name Dixie has got an Indian on the front of the truck when we worked the logo, right?
Okay.
And I had college, right? So I was applying to get this job or whatever. I was in Mississippi at the time, and I was applying, and I was gonna put my my computer programming and all my college stuff on there or whatever. And my partner OG, he was like, "Nah, don't do that." I said, "Why?" He said, "Nah, don't put your college on there because they won't hire you because they're gonna think you're gonna go back to school." And I'm like, "What sense does that make?" I'm like, "That's crazy."
Man,
you know what I'm saying?
We need to move. We need to move on. We will be just stuck in this.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to bounce in a minute because
this sand ditch forever.
Right. That right there was actually poignant because that's exactly the way that they were thinking. I was like, no, we don't need him to go to no school. We need you in the field. And you're absolutely correct.
Yeah.
It's pervasive.
Yeah,
hold on, wait. Before you go, BGS, there's one I want you to take a look at.
Okay.
This is a clip I wanted you to take a look at. All I have to say about this one is, how can I say this? Civilians.
Yeah.
Who's that coming up? Anybody know Usual Business?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. But anyway, listen to this one.
Russia is suing Google, okay? And that's not what's funny. What's funny is the amount of money.
Nah, what's funny is Russia's going broke. I don't think you people understand how this works. War has a
neither do you.
way of bankrupting coffers in countries. There's an old saying, don't go to war if you don't have the soldiers or finances. And apparently, Putin's finances are getting tapped so much so he had to go to North Korea to go rent soldiers from North Korea to get into the
They still have to pay him.
Problem with that is North Korea soldiers ain't battle tested. They ain't never really had no wars with nobody. All they've been doing is wearing uniforms, marching and having parades and pump faking on fucking South Korea. Back to Putin. Yeah, so Putin can't sell gas, can't sell oil, can't do shit, right? He's financially broke and nobody's fucking with him. Ain't nobody finna give him no loans. So, of course, he pulls a Donald Trump move and tries to sue any and everybody he can. Fuck out of here.
Y'all, Russia is suing Google, okay?
What? Where did he get that?
It's called the Washington Post, New York Times, LA Times.
Yeah.
That's where he gets it from.
And
that's where they print.
And he's talking to other people that don't know. And from a marketing standpoint, that's going to work.
And you guys would believe the same thing if people like me and a few others can actually point you in the right direction. Okay.
What did what's called say on training day? Tell me a story. It's 100% bullshit, but it entertains me. That's all.
I want to say before I actually go, man, because this is the problem, right? Because what Bruh did about his family and everybody to go to the fields and shit like that. That's exactly why we keep the same shit going on over again. Oh, everything was fair, everything was even, everybody could actually go to school. The results don't say that, okay? And I'm trying to explain this is not new. It's been there for a very long time. It's continuing. And if we don't recognize what it actually is, we're gonna stay in the same trap that we've been in.
Yeah. Yes. And the women are just not gonna fix it. That's why
they don't want to fix it.
Yeah, dudes. Exactly. Yeah, dude. And I think personally the biggest issue is you got dudes that have cognitive dissonance, or they just don't want to believe it, so they want to create other narratives.
They don't want to believe it, bro.
They don't want to believe because I'm an alpha male. I'm in control of my destiny. I can make women do what I want to do.
I'm not a victim.
Am I not a victim? Blah 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 blah. And all you guys got to do is man up and soldier up and get your money up and alpha your way through it. And these bitches will get in line, okay? They've been saying that since for the last 15 years. Guess what? None of that shit has happened, okay?
For me,
hold on, one at a time.
For me, when it comes to this thing, I don't even comment on these women because, again, I'm just a numbers guy. Yes, in terms of numbers, across all races, there are more women graduating. If you're smart and in my opinion, have half a brain, the question is, what are they graduating in?
Yeah, yes, true.
They are not, especially black women, they are not graduating in STEM, in accounting, like hard shit. They're not.
They can't. Almost flipped out when when Bowser talking about. Well, we need to talk about coding. Like y'all not ready. You're not.
You don't have to go to Harvard to learn coding. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. You don't have the mentality to talk about coding.
And they have so many female coding camps and trying to scholarship for women to go into coding. It's ridiculous because my fiance back in the 80s had one of similar shit. Okay. They've been doing it for years.
I was talking to my girl mentioned yesterday that they came out with some new programs for females to go into coding and everything, right? She said because they have such low numbers. And I said, but yeah, girls don't, the reason the numbers are low though is because girls don't want to do that kind of work, generally speaking. You're always going to have some, guess what? You got female truck drivers. But I bet you half of them don't even want to be doing this. There's a small percentage. There's a small percentage of female truck drivers, maybe 5%, and I can guarantee you half of them, and maybe even more than that, don't even want to be doing it.
They throw money at the black girls to do shit, man, and they won't give shit to the boys. That's the problem.
What they call that shit, DII hire, DEI hire, whatever the fuck.
More politics, more politics.
Yeah, I'm gonna say one thing, and I'm gonna go ahead and get off. Now, I don't know what I think it's Comey-ish, where because he said he can't.
Commish.
Yeah. I see you, Pookie. You have to wait for the campaign to kind of die down.
Yeah. I'm gonna say this and just jump off real quick, man. Now you said you in your 40s, right? Now for me, I'm gonna be honest. I'm in my 30s. I'm in early 30s. My mom told me, look me straight in my face. She said, I don't know why I'm saving money for you to go to college, bro. And I actually went to Kennesaw State University, bro. One of the best colleges in Georgia, bro. So so I don't even know where you picked that off at, or that information off at, but like I see a lot of guys try to play crazy. But I'm
No,
going to
at the
get off.
least he's talking about his family experience.
I understand.
You know, and I mean,
the
and you
point
know,
what I want to make, brother, to answer to the brother.
Okay, go ahead. Well, the point you want to make is what?
And that's what I was saying to you, BGS, was that I'm not saying that it was not even. Yeah, they was having to pick less cotton and put in a bag.
Okay.
Yeah, they had brothers. My uncle explained to me how he used to have to piss on the cotton to make his weight, and they got mad at him and beat him and all this shit. And that's why we got into it with the people because of that. But here's the thing: a lot of them went up north, and I'm in agreement. Maybe you misunderstood me, and that's why I'm explaining it. When they went up north, they did not have to go to the military. And BGS made the point, yeah, the brothers all had to go to the military. That's correct. And he explained it. And that's what was the difference, brother. And I was not saying it was fair, just to give you that context.
What I'm saying is, okay, the thing is, why did you tell me the story? Why did you tell me the story?
The story was because when you had said that, I was just explaining in how my mother, my grandmother, from their diaspora, from them coming up, what I've seen with my uncles who they actually was not the average. So what the man saying, I know what you're saying, brother. It's not the average. My family was just so happened to come out of there and got that result. But if I look at our other neighbors, my people that I come up with, my other kin folks on the other side, they didn't come up like that. Most of the time, if they wasn't dead or in prison, and once the 80s came crack, you know what I'm saying, they wasn't going to college at that rate at all. So, I understand exactly what you're saying.
A lot of people was in the military.
Okay. What I'm saying is when I say this stuff, okay, every time I say this stuff, there always would be a but, okay? And there's always an exception to every rule, okay? Your family was an exception, okay? There's always an exception. What I'm saying is people come up with this story to actually rebuttal what I just said, okay? Well, I didn't see it in my family because my family was completely different. So it's actually more equal than you actually think, brother. The numbers don't show it, okay?
Yeah,
and history doesn't show it. Okay, in fact, look at Stacey Abrams, right? Her family, right? 3 sisters with PhD from Ivy League schools. Okay, her brothers barely made it out of college. Okay, and both of them probably had criminal records. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
Out of the same family, three highly accomplished females out of Atlanta that went to pristine schools and also went to Ivy League schools to get PhDs. Right? What happened to the boys?
And they probably fell off. They didn't invest that time. They didn't invest that same type of love to them.
This is why I wanted to shut down. I just want everybody to know that when I start getting like that, there's a reason. It's always a reason. It's not. I just don't.
That's why I give up. So in other words, what you're saying to me, and this is what's coming across from the women and from you, is that the boys are just defective. They didn't try hard enough, right?
You saying it to me?
Yes.
Hell no. What I'm saying is in my own family, I've seen the fact where the girl would have the kids. She keep having the kids. They always shower up on her. Now, she ain't doing shit. She go to school, but she don't do nothing with them liberal arts degrees. She's sitting at home popping out.
I understand. I understand. What I'm saying is when I use that. See what I said when I use that example about Stacey Abrams and her 3 girls from the same family, right?
Right.
All exact family are supposed to have the same training. The 3 girls had PhD from Ivy League schools, okay? Not just regular school, Ivy League schools. But the 2 boys didn't. How come?
None of the boys got anything on their record good?
And one has on the record, and one barely got out of college and is not doing very much, right? But you have these 3 kick-ass girls in politics. One who actually went for governor. The other 2 actually working in D.C. doing something else, right? What happened to the boys? Why is there this big split between male and female?
They let them fall off because they were putting that.
They let them fall off because of what?
Because they were putting the money on them girls.
So the question he's asking is why don't the boys get the same support that the girls get? And that's a rhetorical question. It's a general question. That question is to highlight the fact that the boys don't get the support, and they have it for generations. And the girls like to talk. The girls are being held up and being held by the hand and walk through the process, while the boys got to fight their way through the process. We got a PhD in the spaces, Tia Johnson,
Said the
who
same
talked
thing.
about how,
Yeah.
even with him personally, he
Yeah.
didn't get the information that his sisters got. He didn't get the help after he found out the information his sisters got.
He
He
didn't get
even got
he didn't get the family support. He got
They
none of
keep
that
it
stuff.
away. They keep it.
He didn't get the counselor support from the school.
They keep
Yeah.
the information away from the boys. Point blank.
Exactly.
Period. And
That
then
is facts, bro. That is facts.
And then on the other end, they have their liberal degrees. They have a cushy. It's a decent job. They're not like kicking ass in what they do. I trust and believe that. The vast majority they aren't. But then they're projecting on you as if you are supposed to be a top 10% or top 5% or even top 1% to supply them with that type of lifestyle, when the vast majority of people, even with their degrees, don't even have that lifestyle. That's the problem.
Yeah, this is one of these things that, like, you know, I say it before, I say it again. The issue is, as long as black men are on this fucking cognitive dissonance with this shit, it's gonna, and I'm not saying the problem can be solved, but it's gonna be an issue, because the reality of the situation, and this is why I keep saying, when it comes to the women, just tell them to leave. Black men ain't shit. They ain't never gonna be shit. Y'all need to go somewhere else. I don't know why you're still here. That's because I really want them fucking out of the conversation, because that way the dudes that want to be in that gynocracy can be there with them. But it's this game that people keep playing that they don't understand what goes on. Like, and that's it's like we literally went around the world for something that was relatively simple, because even the need to say, well, my situation is an exceptional situation, but that's
special Negroes,
but that still doesn't counter the original point that was being made. So it literally stalled out the conversation, and that's a tactic. That's what I was getting on Hammer about. I'm not saying you did it on purpose, but that's what Hammer fucking does.
No, when I said that, and specifically because we talking about black people, man, and what we have invested and have not been paid due, and what we had to come through. Yeah, we got to go work, and as black men, we got to work 10 times harder as our counterparts. You feel me? We do that.
But that's not what.
Well, the thing is, you have. I'm gonna say that you have bitches over there talk about defective black men that you won't help, okay, and bragging that I'm better than you, okay, and then asking for help from them black men. Why is that?
Exactly.
Wouldn't get ass to die. Not me.
No. I'm asking. Why is that?
Oh, okay.
I'm asking him, Commish. Why is that?
Why they still pay them for?
No. Why is the black women that's begging for better black men not helping the goddamn boys and men to actually be that? Why is that?
If I was you, I'd just go ahead and step down, bro. I'd just step down.
No. I'm asking, why is that?
Because the gynocracy has already programmed that to be there.
Okay, in other words, so why all the goddamn pushback, okay, about why we need to be with these bitches and man the fuck up? I'm wondering, okay, because they don't want you.
I never said we need to be with any particular bitches, but you know that's everybody's own personal thing. You know, you want to go past. I don't got nothing against nobody dating out of the race. I don't
generally.
Okay, man. All right. I give up.
Do you, Commish, do you not realize that the last, literally, probably, to be fair, like 27 minutes has just been rotated around you pushing back? Do you let me say this?
Yeah, of course you know that, man.
Stop, usual.
Stop.
Do you realize you have been pushing back against what we're talking about?
No, I left it alone, bro. I was just explaining the context, brother, and that's all.
So let me ask you this: what was the purpose of the initial explain? Why was the explainer? Why was the initial story you gave needed for the initial statement the BGS made?
What I was simply saying was,
he asked you why, not what, why, why'd you bring it up?
Why I said it is because I have seen something that actually went against that. Not that it was the average, not that it was the higher, but specifically to the point of unpaid work. Well, I mean, you know, like brothers being done wrong. I understand it. That's what really made me, because I remember that. Like I told you, my uncle used to have to piss on the cotton, so he could
in other words, I know what you talk about, brother. I see what you talk about. I understand what you talk about, but Okay, it's a but.
So
Yeah,
BGS, let me ask you this:
yeah,
is your opinion that you need to be at least 6 foot to generally have a decent odds of being in NBA?
yeah, yeah.
Okay,
They're very
so
little,
so,
6 feet. Yeah.
BGS, I know this guy by the name of Muggsy Bogues.
Mm-hmm.
Once upon a
Uh-huh.
time that he played in the NBA, he actually had a really good career
A
in the
long career.
NBA. He
Yeah,
was actually able to shoot. So
but
no, BGS, I
No,
disagree with
he
that
had
But
trash
because
man,
talk.
because of Muggsy Bogues.
Well,
He,
okay, so let me run back that
no,
conversation because
I
oh,
say that
oh,
just to make an example that we
yeah,
like. Imagine if we had literally a 30-minute conversation where I'm going back and forth, Meech is disagreeing with me because he thinks that shit is ridiculous, and I'm pushing back.
right.
That's literally what we just did. I just want, and I'm not saying that to beat up on what's going. I'm just saying a lot of these folks are not aware. It's that because this is where the socialization kicks in, BGS that you be talking about.
yeah.
It's literally so autopilot. Like, and so I'm gonna say this, and I'm leaving it alone. If you were over there and we had, let's say we had a half and half group of men and women on here, and women, and it was a woman that was at the panel, they wouldn't do this. They may argue with you for 3-4 minutes. They'd be like, boop, and they just start talking about you, roasting you, and then move on.
Facts.
The women, and I say that because when the women have an idea, it doesn't matter what your situation is. It is the idea and the narrative. That's why that
Yeah,
it's just a
I
girl.
left it alone, brother. I'm not keeping nothing going on. And the fact that I understand you responding, but you keeping it going on.
Yeah, you are correct. You are correct.
I
I am. You
left
are
it
you
alone,
are
bro.
correct. I am
Okay.
keeping it going on because I want to make it a bigger point in the chat that this is how this happens. This is half the damn time ain't even intentional. Hammer it is, but this is intentional. This is not even intentional. It's that
Don't
deep
get
in the autopilot of it. So anyway, I just wanted to
don't give
highlight
me
that.
don't give me
No, what
don't
Hammer does is intentional. And
Yeah.
that's why I went at his ass like I did, but it's the
I mean,
intentional Negroes
hold
for
on,
it,
hold on,
and it's
hold
the
on,
unintentional.
hold.
Hmm.
Yeah, don't bring Hammer up. He tried to come on today. I was like, I wasn't having it today. I was like, no,
Yeah.
no, drink your juice, go to bed. I'm
So
not
you
do that.
want a
Okay,
piece
so
today, bro? You want a
Yeah,
let
piece?
me let me say this real quick before because we'll delve into a whole bunch of stuff and really we can keep this stuff very simple. So I don't know if Commission's still up here. This is generally what people are trying to get across is that we speak in generalities because that's the stats, that's the numbers. The specifics don't matter. So basically, if what you're saying doesn't add to the generalities, like where you can say, no, actually about 45% of the people, 35% of the people, 25% of the people in my town, it didn't work like that where we grew up, then it doesn't really matter. And it's just taking up time that we could be using to either further delve into what we're talking about or to move on to something else. But one,
wait a second, bro.
two, a dozen families, that doesn't matter. We speak in generalities.
And that's why I was saying, bro, I left it alone. I understand that point.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I
Or
made
just for future purposes, because people do get frustrated, and sometimes people get heated because it'll seem like you're intending to do what Edward was saying that you were doing. I don't know if you were necessarily intending to do it, but it comes across like that. Do you get what I mean?
yeah.
I understand. I
Okay.
said alone, bro. I just made that one context on that
Yeah.
because that's what I was speaking on. Because I'm totally with what was being said because I've seen that as well. They do push the women, even in terms of financial aid. I've been in those offices. I have women that I used to talk to that work in these specific HBC offices and
Yeah.
explain to me how they was giving out the files and what they was needing as
Well,
a
we need more dudes to speak on that part of it. Like we need dudes like with the
Exactly.
gynocracy. Like you open that damn book, and that book only has like 3 pages for dudes, and it's a whole fucking section for black women. It's too many. I'm not even putting this on you. I'm just saying it's too many dudes that won't do that. Or what they'll do is they'll say that's some social media shit.
No, I know there's 10 PhDs in this space. They all say the exact same thing, okay? Because they all had to bump their heads up because it's the same shit.
Yeah.
That's why
So
they're
this
here.
don't yeah, and that's another thing. I'm not saying dudes need to just crash out in their Thanksgiving and stuff, but the reality is a lot of times women will have these conversations, these little narratives, even in real life, as to why they don't have what they have. They know all of this shit. Now, I'm not putting this just on you, but this is like the overarching thing when you have people that push back. It's like, yo, I get because at the very least, your folks had a plan. They had to go to the military plan. Cool. Most people don't even they too lazy to even do that. So, or what happens is a lot of folks don't want to go. Like me, I didn't want to go to the military. That's not who I was. And and so what happened now, I have we are all boys. But the point is, in situations like that, now it becomes because you don't go to the military, they're gonna send her to school and not you, and you gotta do everything, or you gotta go to the technical school, the community college for 3 years, which fine. My point is that they complain men are cultivated. Men are not just made with manifestation. And the way our women operate is that it is that. That's why I be telling them they need to fucking leave. So we need to do more speaking up. I'm not even putting this on you. This is a general.
It's in my family. It's in most parts of my family. Okay, where most of the women have degrees and most of the guys don't. I've seen it with my son and with my kids where the girls are pushed and they grasping onto the boys and holding them back and standing in the fucking way. I'm trying to keep that from happening to my grandson. Okay, that's why I tutor him. Okay, because I don't want the same shit to happen to him. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't want the women to get a hold of him and ruin his ass. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to say anybody's individual family is bad, but because this is like a whole black zeitgeist with the ADOS community. This is one of the reasons I support separating ADOS and FBA, because to me, I see this as unique. I don't see no other group, and the Caribbeans are nowhere near this bad. Not even like Jamaicans and them. They can have matriarchal tendencies, but they don't do it like this. Not like this. So this is a zeitgeist, and this needs to be called out because it's something that as much shit as they talk, because they talk a lot of shit for them to be openly doing this. And you saw it in this election, and you saw it with that damn public summit DL Hughley did. I mean, look at how they were talking, like how they just hunched over,
prostrated.
They were talking to us like black women.
Black girl magic. All I heard was black girl magic.
No. Well, in other words, we are coons and we're other kind of stuff. We don't bow down and serve the gunocracy. Okay.
Yeah.
DL said. Did you hear what DL said when he said he actually, if a regular thinking black woman would have heard what he said, because he had said, well, you know what? As a black man, I forgot the exact quote, but I'm paraphrasing. But he said, if it's a black man, I'm used to not getting what I want because I'm with a black woman. I said, what the hell does that mean?
And he said it in
proudly.
A humorous way. Like, hey, y'all should be used to this by now, man.
You should be. That's what he's trying to say.
Does that not sound like Whitney Goldberg or Whoopi? Does that sound like what
Whoopi Goldberg? Yeah. Oh yeah. Exactly. Whoopi. They said you should be used to hearing this because of you come out of our bodies, blah blah blah. The matriarchy is strong in the black family.
And where
they'll be okay. They're used to it by now.
And this is what their dumbass don't understand. Other people can hear you now. So now, and here's the other problem. Other women are starting to act like this. So what other people are about to start to realize is y'all motherfuckers are patient zero. And once once they really identify that, like white men are saying, all this crazy shit is coming, they're getting it from these chicks, they will handle that in the way they don't want to.
That's why you know that the black community is not a patriarch, because the Chinese men do not stand for this shit, not one whit. Okay.
Exactly.
Not a little bit.
And look how their females are talking. Oh, I have kids, but I don't want a man with kids. But he got to be willing to accept my kids. He got to make a certain amount of money, and he's got to be willing to spend the money. He's got to be generous and all of this shit. And my kids are going to call him that. This is from a Chinese woman.
Yeah.
Not I'm a Chinese, but I was raised in the United States, or I was Chinese, but I was educated in the United States. This is I was born, raised in China, educated in China. I had my kids by a Chinese man in China. Lived there my whole fucking life.
And what did a Chinese woman tell her come out of the patriarch? Go to the temple because you're trying to make a wish, okay?
Exactly. She's like, go to the temple if you want to make a wish.
It don't work that way here. Yeah.
Yeah, it don't. Yeah, you're right. And
this Western influence is a motherfucker.
No,
this Western influence is like
go ahead, Sachi. Go ahead, Sachi, before I jump off.
Yeah, I'm about to jump off myself. The last thing I just wanted to say was, I mean, as a black man, especially with everything that's going on right now, when any black woman says that is not aligned with where you're going, I mean, she shouldn't even be on your fucking radar because
Facts.
because the government literally is showing you. I mean, you already knew they didn't give a shit. They're showing everybody with the migrants. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. These black women, they can talk all this shit, but they're taking all this money, they're giving it to migrants.
Mm-hmm.
So they're diverting the money. The corporations are getting rid of DEI. What does it matter that these black women are talking shit? They're already at the bottom amongst women.
Around the planet. That's
these
Now I'm
niggas,
just talking
these
about here in
niggas,
the
want,
States.
yeah, these niggas want to save them, and
Yeah.
y'all about
You're
y'all about
wasting
to
your
be
life.
like the Titans.
And
Yeah.
if they want to play Black Jesus, in fact, I'm going to do a video talk about
Black Jesus.
well, literally, I said black men are not going to be Jesus this time around. Okay,
Nah, like
nope, they're
you
not going
know,
to save
Hey,
you.
BGS, what you always said, the sip will always be with us.
What I'm saying is they're not going to sacrifice. Even the Simpsons are not going to sacrifice you
Yeah.
for you the way they used to.
no, because the
Yeah.
market is too obvious. That when the market gets obvious, the
Yeah.
market for it's just like competition. What did I say earlier? Competition is gonna take control because even them dudes are gonna understand they can get a better simping plan. From somebody else.
Exactly.
Like they gonna do for they'll do with what's his name what you call it did with getting with Erica Mena, like she'll wild out every once in a while, but it ain't on no everyday basis. But anyway,
The Indian women have not been in this country long. They have surpassed, on average, they have surpassed all the other women now. And you see them in all these various positions. So in terms of income, they even make, on average, they even make more money than, Asian women. I personally, I consider Indian women Asian. But anyway, they have surpassed even Asian women in a short period of time, which means black folks are, if you thought that we were permanent, you are permanently at the bottom. So that's what I'm saying. Listening to these women is an absolute waste of time because they're already at the bottom amongst women and they're talking shit.
yeah. And what happens is you already get a taste of what some of these chicks like in the black women in the Latin world, in the third world do. They just they get in the Delulu land. It's like they get in a permanent sunken place.
Yeah,
Like they just get in a permanent sunken place. They don't get their mind. Some of them will get some of them will get their mind right because they'll get tired of it. I get that. BGS, some of them will, but some of them they'll just be in Delulu land. Like I literally, it is a mode that they actually go in that they literally cannot come out of. Where it's that they it was funny. Tarina, she was playing a video and a chick called in and they literally sound extra bimbo-ish, extra ditzy. They just stay in that mode. And I'm telling you, when it happens, a lot of these chicks are gonna stay. And you niggas, a lot of y'all niggas gonna be right there with them because trust and believe that dudes that already know better are gonna get out. They are not gonna stay there trying to save these chicks. Y'all want to go down like them violin players with the Titanic?
We ain't doing that.
Right.
No, a lot of dudes are
We're not.
make no mistake. Most black men will, like maybe 60% of them, maybe even more. They cannot
Yeah.
let go of these chicks because, as far as they're concerned, is letting go of a mama.
Oh, now that's a good point.
They trying to save their mama through these chicks. Now I never had that problem. Look, I love my mom to death, but I didn't like imprint my mom onto some random bitch. These motherfuckers be talking about some random bitches. Like that's why black women say yo mama. Why you think black women say yo mama black? That's what they're invoking.
Your mama black.
A bitch that don't even know you. A bitch that don't even know you. Like in a
Exactly.
comment section, because that's what they're invoking. So they actually believe that. And dudes, and it works. It works more than it doesn't, which is why they say it.
Oh, it's effective now. It's effective. And then once it becomes their nomenclature, and I think that's what you were speaking to, it's even pervasive, even in the Chinese area where they have not been educated in Western schools, have not been a expat. They're in China getting this, telling what was going to be done. There will not be.
Well, the difference in China is that they're experimenting. That's what they're doing. Because they ain't had their first generation of leftover women they not gonna get saved. They still
They figuring it out now, man.
They are. They're in this belief because again, remember, there's more men than females. That's another thing you got to keep in mind about China too. So
Did Japan have this problem as well?
No,
well,
I got one thing to tell
it's
you,
a
bro.
different problem because their population already bunked. So and
I got something to tell you, bro. Like I can shoot you some videos on Discord or something, man. You know me on Discord. I go by a different name, but trust me, bro. When I'm out there, they got them old ladies out there selling that box out there in China. It's so funny. It's I'll link you the video so you see what I'm talking. You made the
Well, I
bed do
mean,
a video about it.
at the end of the day, man, this ultimately this is about black men, and if black men, a lot of y'all got to stop. Like it is. This is Jesus. I don't know what this fucking complex is.
It's the
Where
Winter Soldier chip.
like for real. I mean, it's funny because Obi even made a statement. Somebody caught it in my Discord saying what he was saying. You know, they're attractive until you get to know them, and I'm like, all right, well, you fucking trying to figure it out because I know the difference between good black women, bad black women. I know the difference between black women got some sense and black women that don't. It's this argument that we're talking about every single black woman that exists. I mean, your outcomes are your outcomes, but niggas gotta stop feeling sorry for these bitches. I don't know where you all get, where you all buy into the single mother story when you all actively see how much they shopping that pussy around doing all of that. Because trust me, they about to lie. They about to lie. And it don't matter if Kamala win. Understand something. It will be worse for black women if Kamala wins than if Trump wins. Because if Kamala wins, they are going to be turning that immigrant faucet up to the max. They're not even going to do a reset. Trump will probably do a reset, get them out, reset, have a real conversation about how we're going to bring more in here. They're just going to keep on doing what they've been doing, business as usual.
Well, and unless you haven't checked, the price of unloosed snatch has gone down extremely. You feel me? I mean, that is unmarried women, sex, right? The price of that has gone down, you know, specifically. And rest in peace to Pimp C, because he said it right. Trash like for what in the club?
Well,
it's bad, man. I'm telling you, the
fellas,
price
it's been a nice night, but I'm about to shut it down.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. I appreciate AB for letting me get up. And you know, Ed necessarily name everybody. I appreciate necessarily letting me get a chance to speak. I really just sitting back in the corner, but like sometimes I really believe it's just better sometimes just to go ahead and sit in the back and listen because you'll learn a lot more. Because like I like coming on panels. I usually just stay off because I like to learn. So I'm just gonna go back to that. But yeah, man, I appreciate it, AB. Thank you.
Yeah.
Salute,
I
bro.
appreciate salute, man. I mean, to be honest with you guys, I was like Redman and Def Jam fight for New York. I was just asleep the whole time.
Okay.
Just
I like to
so
thank
thank y'all for
everybody.
your arguments put me to sleep. Good night.
Yeah. I like to thank everybody that came through. This is AB Media 83, and I'm going to bed. Got to order to get in the morning. Peace. Yo, this is AB Media 83. Want to support the channel? Hit the Cash App. Also, be sure to like, share, and subscribe to the video. Also, be sure to hit that bell notification so you can be notified next time I upload a live stream or video. And always remember, keep it grinding, keep it pushing, keep it moving. This is AB Media 83, and I'm out. Peace.